Thanks very much. I wanted to acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and are enjoying working with them as we build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the great work our staff do at the City of Vancouver, and single out the clerks today. Thanks so much for all you're doing. It's everybody pitching in makes this a great place to live, work, and play. Before we begin, I have some announcements. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or opposed to the recommendations. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing to publichearing@vancouver.ca. Finally, if Council does not conclude hearing from all speakers this evening, we will recess and reconvene the meeting on Tuesday, June 2nd at 3 p.m. by electronic means. A reminder that Council's role at public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means the Council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant or technical advice from staff, but should save debate until after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, Council may approve in principle the application, refuse the application, or defer the application for further consideration. And so now we're moving to our first item on the agenda, which is a rezoning on West Hastings Street. So I'll have the clerk read the application.
This is an application by MCM Partnership to rezone 619-685 West Hastings Street from Downtown District to CD1 District to permit the development of a 28-story office building along with retention of the 1929 A-listed Heritage Royal Bank Tower at 675 West Hastings Street and heritage designation of the building's exterior. A building, a height of 110.46 meters, and an FSR of 25.5 for the office building are proposed. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 2 pieces of correspondence in support of the application and 3 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the application. This represents all correspondence received up till approximately 4:45 p.m. today.
Thanks very much, Clerk. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to Council, please call 1-855-353-9183. I did that pretty fast, so it's 1-855-353-9183, followed by the participant code of 88927 hashtag. 88927 hashtag. And that will get you on the list before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and available on the live stream. We have Nicholas Danford from the Rezoning Center, who's going to present for us this project, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Danford.
Thank you, Mayor. Just confirming that you can hear me and see the screen in front of you.
I can see the screen and I can hear you. I'm just checking to make sure the presentation has come up. Clerks, I'm looking at the video player and I don't see it up on screen.
Yeah, we're just getting that on now.
Okay, great. It'll be up in just 1 second and then we can start.
Nicholas, are you there? You should be sharing your screen with Council.
Yep, the screen is shared.
No, we don't see it yet.
Sorry, just hold on a second.
Point of parliamentary procedure. I do see it. Councillor Carr here. I see the screen starting.
Okay, you see the presentation? Because I have a colon on mine.
I think Councillor Carr is seeing the streaming. We're just waiting for Nicholas to share that screen on WebEx, so just give us a minute.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
The screen should be shared on WebEx now. Clerk, can you not see it?
No, Nicholas, we don't see it. Are you? Which user ID are you?
Planning staff.
Okay, we see it now.
Okay.
Mayor Stewart, can you just confirm that you're able to see it as well?
Yep, I can see it too.
Okay,
And
thanks.
so we're all ready to go.
Great. Thank you for that. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Mayor Stewart mentioned, my name is Nick Danford, and I'm the rezoning planner for the application to rezone 619 to 685 West Hastings Street. And that includes the heritage designation of the RBC Tower that's located at 675 West Hastings Street. The application was submitted by MCM Architects on behalf of Uptown Property Group. And this evening we are joined by Mark Thompson from MCM Architecture, who will be representing the applicants at this hearing. The site is located within the downtown on the northeast corner of West Hastings Street and Granville Street, just 1 block south of Waterfront Station. The site is Zone DD, Downtown District, and is located within the Downtown Official Development Plan. Downtown District is the primary zone within the downtown area. However, as you can see on the map on your screen, many of the surrounding sites have a unique comprehensive development zone. The blocks surrounding the subject property contain a mix of office, hotel, and academic buildings, many of which have heritage status. A couple of recent rezonings to allow for office buildings have occurred on the subject block, and they're currently under construction. So essentially, the rezoning site is effectively 2 legal parcels. The westerly parcel on the corner is addressed as 675 West Hastings Street, and it's 78 feet wide by 120 feet deep, and currently is occupied by the 20-story A-listed heritage building, the Royal Bank of Canada Tower, built in 1929. The Royal Bank branch is located on the main level on the ground, and office uses are located on the upper floors. The easterly parcel, addressed 619 West Hastings Street, is 52 feet wide by 120 feet deep and is currently vacant. The application is subject to the enabling rezoning policy for the CBD and CBD shoulder. One of the main objectives of this policy is to increase the capacity of commercial land in the downtown by guiding non-residential building height and densities up to the view cones. The addition of this office building meets the intent of the rezoning policy and also responds to the Metro Core Jobs and Economy Land Use Plan by adding extra office space to the downtown. So what we have proposed today is a 28-story office building on the easterly lot, representing an addition of approximately 158,000 square feet of office space to the city, with a proposed height of 362 feet. Also proposed is the retention of the RBC Tower and heritage designation of that building's exterior. The existing building comprises of approximately 140,000 square feet of office space and is 243 feet tall. The Art Deco-inspired Royal Bank Tower is a modernist skyscraper detailed with neo-Romanesque elements. The exterior of the building is in generally good condition, but this significant heritage resource is in need of building code upgrades. The building also has valuable, mainly preserved interiors, including upper and lower banking halls. The Vancouver Charter allows Council to designate real property either in whole or in part as protected heritage. And as such, the registration of this building's exterior would require Council's approval at public hearing and then later enactment, bylaw enactment. The Vancouver Heritage Commission reviewed the application and supported the proposed seismic upgrades and rehabilitation of the facades. The new office building responds fairly well to the surrounding context and the city's urban design guidelines. The building is compliant with the view cone limits of the site. It respects and responds quite well to the condition of the RBC building, with the front facade stepping back at the same points of the RBC tower. And the new building is also set back an additional meter from the front property line to allow for a little bit wider sidewalks in front of the lot. Another interesting element of the form of development is that the new floors actually align, the floors in the new building actually align with those of the RBC tower. This provides opportunity for future shared use. Additionally, the alignment of these floors enables the seismic upgrade to occur, wherein the new building actually supports the old building. The application was reviewed by the Urban Design Panel in April of 2017 and received support. The site of the new building is too narrow to accommodate a vehicular ramp, so a double car elevator is proposed off the rear lane. This elevator would give access to 5 levels of underground parking. Loading is also provided from the rear lane at grade. The proposed development is expected to meet the requirements of the parking bylaw. There's no existing or proposed parking on the Royal Bank Tower site. An open house was held in March of 2017. Staff and the applicant attended that open house. 13 people from the public also attended, and there was general support for the design of the building and the integration with the Heritage RBC building next door. The heritage conservation is really a key component of this project's public benefit contribution. The Vancouver Charter stipulates that if designation is sought, then Council is required to compensate an owner of the property being designated for any reduction in market value caused by this designation. In this case, the applicant proposes to conduct voluntary seismic upgrades and partially conserve the building's exterior facades in exchange for obtaining rezoning on the adjacent lot. On-site heritage conservation is valued at approximately $9.6 million, but this does not include the seismic upgrades that are being conducted to the building. Following the city's real estate division review of the CAC, staff concluded that after factoring in the costs associated with the heritage work, there was no additional increase in value of land generated from the rezoning. As such, the on-site benefit in the form of heritage conservation is recommended for the application in lieu of a CAC. The remainder of the $13 million public benefit is attributed to the DCLs and public art fees. So just in summary, the proposed land uses, density, and height of this application respond well to city policy. If approved, the project would contribute towards Vancouver's job space and economic development objectives, as well as advance the city's heritage objectives. Staff and the applicant team are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council, let's see here. I'm going to ask now for the applicant. Is the applicant team here to speak to the application?
Yes, we are.
Great. Thanks very much. And it looks like you have a PowerPoint presentation of your own.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we'll get that set up, and then I'll ask you to introduce yourself. And clerk, are we all ready to go with we're just sharing it now. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Okay, we're ready to go. If you could introduce yourself, please, to the council, and then feel free to go through your presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, my name is Mark Thompson. I'm a partner with MCMP Architects, and we're the architects for the project. My presentation is going to be relatively brief. I'm going to spend most of my time talking about some of the innovative and what we think are special elements within the project, which is pretty unique to be able to have two projects that almost become synergistic by the time we've developed them. Okay, so let me.
Mark, are you on the line?
Yes. Yes, did you get my? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just your slides are not moving on the presentation.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay. Doesn't seem to want to move. Okay. Okay.
Looks like something's happening there.
Yeah, bear with me for 1 second.
Okay. Okay.
So the location of the project, as Nicholas mentioned, is pretty strategic. It's very close to a lot of the office space within the city, to really in the core CBD at Granville and Hastings, surrounded by opportunities for mass public transit, including the C-Bus, West Coast Express, and the different forms of SkyTrain and bus around the site. When we think about increasing the workspace in our downtown core, this is the best place to do it, close to all of these infrastructure elements that already exist. So this is one of the opportunities to increase workspace in our downtown. The project itself is a 28-story office building, catering primarily to small businesses, as it's a small floor plate office building. It's about 158,000 square feet. As we know, there's been a significant demand for office space of all types within the city. But this, given the future of Vancouver, the opportunity to provide small floor plate office space is also key. About 6,000 square foot floor plates average over the building. And of course, it will provide a significant amount of investment into the downtown core. I think the other thing that's interesting is the idea that we can create the opportunity to expand an existing office building horizontally by aligning the floor plates, which not only has a structural advantage, but also a planning advantage. We have had a very strong emphasis on innovation throughout this project. The co-ownership of the two sites and its adjacency to the historic Royal Bank building, which is not up to current seismic code or building code, provides a unique opportunity within the city to create that seismic upgrade without damaging a heritage element. So responding to the massing of the Royal Bank building is important, and you can see from this image that we're creating a modern building but with a strict and direct relationship with the heritage massing. It enables us to revitalize this underutilized site. It's a very small site, so very difficult to develop, and creates this boutique office space and contributes to the commercial character of the street. So one of the biggest innovations in this project is this idea that the new building provides a helping hand to the existing heritage element. The alignment of the floors provides the opportunity to structurally tie the two buildings together. And then the new building is over-designed structurally to provide the seismic restraint for the existing structure within the new structure. So you can see the blue elements on the right-hand image are the structural system of the new building, which is designed to compensate for the earthquake resilience of both structures combined. What that means is that we don't have to have a big, we don't have to interfere with the existing tenants within the Royal Bank building, and we don't have to interfere with the existing structure or details of the Royal Bank building significantly. Without any disruption to existing tenants. This is the first upgrade of its kind in the city of Vancouver, and allows us to keep those heritage elements that we talked about. I'm just going to go back. I slipped over a slide there. Another innovation point is the The interesting fact about the Royal Bank building that you wouldn't know unless you were in that building is it does have a light well in the center of the building. So that light well we are completing and enhancing with our new building, and also installing heliostat mirrors at the top of that to create daylight right through the center of the building, which preserves the daylight that's currently there for the light well and enhances it for both buildings as well. As we know, daylighting is an important element of health and sustainability. Another consideration when it came to the innovation of the project was future-proofing the project. So the alignment of the floors and the ability to, in the future, combine floors between the Royal Bank building and the new building is part of that future-proofing. Also, the parking is flat plate parking. So it is, you are able in the future to use the parking floors for other uses. When you have slope parking spirals in below grade situations, they're very hard to use for other things. So this is one way in which we can either use those floors the way they are or even remove them so that we could have other uses below grade in the future. And of course, the heritage benefits. The exterior of the Royal Bank building will be completely preserved and restored. Designation of the exterior as a heritage site and the seismic upgrade are all significant benefits. As Nicholas mentioned, there's about $9 million in direct upgrades and then the structural seismic upgrade on top of that. It's about $16 million when you tie in the seismic upgrade as well. Bart Slotman is a representative of the owner, and Don Luxton, our heritage consultant, are also on the line if you have any questions regarding some of these innovations or the heritage elements within the project. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And Council, now we're on to questions. And a reminder, this is the only time you are able to ask questions directly to the applicant. So if that's your desire, please put yourself on the list. We have Councillor Dominato on first. Questions for either staff or the applicant, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. Appreciate the intricate design and ambition here with the building. Curious if you could comment on the office space and the need for that in the current context as we're seeing the world evolve before our eyes and shift in movement of people and how people are doing business, and we're not even sure if they'll return to the city core in the same way as they did before. So could you comment on that and how this fits within our need for office space?
Maybe I should take a crack at that one. This is Gil dialing in. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. We're obviously in a period right now of discovery, what the new normal will be when it comes to employment space. This particular one, I think is worthy of your approval for all the reasons being said before, but because it adds an increment to the supply in the place where we would want it most. And it is flexible. The small floor plates actually allow quite a bit of mix of tenants in there and adequate spacing. We're seeing a high degree of interest in work at home or partial work at home on the part of office tenants, at least early on. And so this could accommodate that. They either be occupied full-time by full staff or on a rotating basis partially throughout the week, as we're considering for many of the city's functions when we return. So we actually think in this regard, for that reason and all the reasons mentioned before, it makes sense, particularly in its location. Okay, thank you. And just a couple more questions. One is with respect to the parking. I gather that the parking allocated meets the current parking bylaw. Have we ever had, within a public hearing like this, any reduction in the parking, or is it set? It has to follow the existing parking bylaw. If there was a council desired reducing the number of parking spots for this particular development, would the parking bylaw need to be amended, or could something be moved on the floor as part of this discussion?
This is Rosemary Draskovich with the Transportation Division. So this application, actually meets the parking bylaw, and there wouldn't be if there was a desire to change the parking provisions, reduce or increase or whatnot, to amend the bylaw on the floor of council today. Under the current bylaw that's now in effect, there are generally very minimal parking requirements in the downtown. So there still exists a parking maximum, and this development is choosing voluntarily to provide parking within that maximum, but an option to reduce their parking as they go through the design development stage is still an option for this development without any changes to the zoning as it's presented today.
Okay, and does that require a direction from council today, or is that something it would be, I'm trying to get some clarity on?
Sorry, so to change the parking provisions for this application, if doesn't require, I guess, direction from council, it's something that the applicant can still choose to do through design development later on.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have a question for the applicants just with respect to the heritage conservation. Just my recollection is that we're talking about the exterior. With respect to the interior of the RC building could be changed and modified. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Bart take that one.
Over to the applicant. Maybe you're on mute.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead.
My name is Bart Slotman. I'm with Uptown Property Group. Happy to answer that question. First of all, there are no changes proposed whatsoever to the interiors. Royal Bank is a long-term tenant of that space, and there's no alterations planned for the ground floor space. What we have proposed is a significant amount of heritage contribution through the exterior designation, the seismic upgrades, the restraining of a lot of the architectural features like balustrades, and all of those contributions, they add up to about $10 million. In addition to that, you have the seismic piece of about $6 million. So that's really what there's a significant contribution to the heritage piece on this project.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's it for my questions.
Thank you. And sorry, I have a bright light shining on me here. We are on to Councillor Hardwick.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I've been watching this project come through. I saw it in Heritage Commission. Hello, Mr. Luxton. It's a really interesting project and worthy, I believe. My one question, though, was that there was something about the lobby and the two bank mezzanine floors that was in question as far as the heritage component. Is this ringing a bell with anyone? I think the applicant.
Yeah, the applicant.
I could address that, Councillor Hardwick, through the chair.
Thank you.
It's Don Luxton. Yes, there was a discussion of the interiors, the banking hall of the Royal Bank. They're considered to be very significant, and we're fully aware of the value of those interiors. What this proposal does is actually something amazingly innovative, which it actually allows for the conservation of the interior of those significant interiors through a non-conventional seismic upgrade. So if you think of what we're doing on other projects like St. Andrews Wesley, where we actually have to intervene massively into an interior to undertake a conventional seismic upgrading, this innovative approach to the seismic upgrading of the entire Royal Bank prevents that. So there aren't cross bracing and shear walls everywhere, and we don't have to take plaster down to reinforce the walls. And so in many ways, this is the best way to conserve the interiors. And so the alternative would actually be much more damaging and much more destructive. So we think this is a very an excellent way to actually achieve that protection. What was discussed at the Heritage Commission was the idea of legal protection, which is not on the table during this proposal, but the interiors are not intended to be touched.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I liked some of the design analogies, and it's got an almost organic approach. I think you'd agree it's like growing a new tree out of an old stump, the way that the two are integrated together in a way, and I think it's brilliant. Anyhow, thank you for elaborating, and I think the small floor plates will likely be able to adapt to the kind of internal design changes that are going to come out of this COVID experience. So anyhow, supportive of this project. Thank you.
Thanks. Over to Councillor Kirby-Yung. Just a reminder to councillors, this is a question session, and we'll have a chance for discussion and debate after we've got closed the public list. Thanks. On to Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Could I note a point of information before I begin, Mr. Mayor?
Well, you can ask staff.
It's just perhaps a point of information to correction. I noticed that staff have shown, and it shows online, the record of 3 correspondence items opposed, but they all appear to be the same email sent in multiple times. I just wanted to note that for the record.
Okay, sure.
And I'll begin my questions if I can. So my first one relates to, it might be best directed to planning staff or the applicant. The language was used up to the view cone, and I wonder if you could just comment on which specific view cone and sort of any assurances that it's not going to impede the views over and towards the North Shore and the Water Mountains.
This is Nick Danford, rezoning planner speaking. So, sorry, I'm just having a look to see. Oh, sorry, I'm going to just pass you over to Marie Linehan, development planner.
That's fine, thank you.
So Councillor Kirby-Yung, the view cone is the Queen Elizabeth view cone.
Okay, and can you comment when it says up to? Is this the maximum allowed without impeding the view cone? I'm just looking for a bit more detail there.
That's correct. The proposal goes up to that height limit, so it doesn't exceed the height limit. So it does not encroach into that view cone. And I'll also note that this is the permitted height under the base zoning, under the downtown district. So a height variance is not being requested through this rezoning application. It is simply the permitted height on this site.
Okay, great, thank you. And then moving on to my other question, I don't want to belabor the point, but it was similar to the 2 asked earlier by other councillors related to the interior, and I appreciate that Royal Bank is potentially a long-term tenant, although everything's changing in our world. But specifically, were there other components that are deemed of value on the interior? And you mentioned mezzanine, but elevator doors, et cetera, and how likely are those to be retained with a change in interior tenancy?
Councillor, this is Zlatan Jankovic, Senior Heritage Planner. Yes, the primary interior heritage areas are banking halls on the ground floor and the banking hall on the underground basement floor. Pretty much everything in these areas is of heritage interest. The finishes, the walls, the fixtures, the ceilings, light fixtures, floors, as well as the furniture, the massive bank furniture.
Okay, on that note, just for time, because I'm limited for time, why was it deemed not ideal or recommended to pursue heritage for the interior component then?
It was discussed. It was discussed very much and for a long period of time, but the applicant has found that there is not much interest in pursuing interior designation.
What does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
That means that the applicant was not interested in considering interior designation of this building.
Okay, and was the city interested?
City was interested. City has been discussed that and tried to negotiate, but that negotiation was not successful.
Okay. But staff still brought the project forward on the overall merits, feeling that it meets the policy and zoning in the area.
That's for sure. Yes, it does meet the policies, including heritage policy.
Okay. And can you speak a bit to the mirrors, the heliostat mirrors? Do those have any sort of multiple purpose, or is it primarily to reflect light into the new, from the well into the new building?
For that answer, I'll just pass it over to Mark.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. So the light well that currently exists in the Royal Bank building will have our new building laminated onto the side of it. So we also took advantage of that light well by having glazing into the light well from the new building, and there are windows into the light well from the existing building. But you can imagine that it's a different configuration when you now have it completely surrounded and cupped. So the idea behind the heliostat mirrors was to increase the amount of daylight at different times of the day, not just at when the sun is high at noon in summertime. So it lengthens the amount of time that daylight is projected down into the light well.
Thanks very much. I think, sorry, we've hit our 5-minute maximum question on that one. So thanks for that. And I hope that it gets at the answer you're seeking, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yep, thank you.
I put myself on the list just for a slightly, just a change of tact. You know, we're in the middle of COVID-19, a recession, and also, I don't know, the economic times ahead are going to be a bit rocky. Having lost, you know, almost 14,000 businesses have closed here in the city. So I'm very interested in the economic value of this building. And I know there are trade secrets that you want to keep to yourself, but I'm wondering two things. What level of investment does this building bring in kind of broad terms? And is there any way that you could express the number of jobs that might be associated with the construction of this building? That could either be the applicant or the staff. Maybe start with the applicant.
Yes, Mayor, can you hear me? It's Bart Slotman here. It's Bart Slotman on behalf of Upland Property Group. Thank you for the question. The total investment in the project is somewhere between $80 and $90 million, so it's quite a significant investment in the downtown core. We have a lot of confidence in the downtown core in Vancouver and its role as a job-generating place for decades to come. The number of people in the building will probably be between 400 and 500. It's not a super high dense layout, obviously, because these are small floor plates that really cater to small sized businesses. So this is not a massive floor plate where you have a huge amount of density. But nonetheless, the building is still 28 floors, and I think you'll see the total occupancy in the 400 to 500 people range.
Thanks very much. And any sense in terms of during the construction of the project, what, you know, often these are expressed in work hours, you know, do you have any idea in terms of construction, what broadly this would look like in terms of jobs provided? Sorry, you're on mute. Have to take yourself. Great, thank you.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I really do not have that information, but it's certainly in the hundreds of people during the duration of the project. But I cannot give you an exact number because I don't have it handy here.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Maybe staff, do you have any idea of what a project of this size might generate in terms of employment?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Mayor. It's Nick Danford, zoning planner. No, unfortunately, we don't have that information either.
How can we get that information?
We can definitely research it for future applications and possibly include that information in reports.
Okay, because I'm going to be asking every time, so that would be a good thing to do.
Noted.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, and move on to the next question. This is from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And my questions follow up on your own line of questioning. I'm very interested in the kind of office space. You talked about it, this is to the applicant, being a boutique office space. And I'm wondering how that meshes with what we've been seeing with the response to COVID-19 and many people working out of home, some people actually renting hotel space because working out of home has been too cramped or difficult with other family considerations. So do you see an opportunity with your kind of space of maybe meeting the need or demand that has arisen out of social distancing with COVID?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. Yeah, absolutely. This is a small floor plate office building. It really suits well for small businesses. In addition to that, we have the floor plate is such that you always have very close proximity to windows. So it really allows for a lot of demising inside the space into smaller offices or more semi-private workspace. So, and obviously we're now going into this with the knowledge that people are looking for more physical distancing between workstations. So this is a blank slate right now to kind of work on the inside of that building and design it for the needs of the future tenants.
I'm here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you. My second question has to do with the actual seismic upgrade. And I have not seen or heard of within Vancouver the kind of technology or the technology really that you're thinking of in terms of tying the two buildings together. It's non-conventional, I think you've used that word, but I'm wondering if it is a proven technology and if you can give us any background in terms of the success of the use of this kind of technology to use one building to actually seismically support it or support another in the case of a seismic event.
Yeah.
Would you like? I'd like to take that one, Bart, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So the concept that's being used is a concept called load dragging, and it's used in very specific locations where you need to take a seismic load and move it horizontally. Most of that type of work has been done in things like upgrading bridges or upgrading freeway overpasses, that kind of thing. It's not an untried technology. It's not usually done in office buildings because office buildings usually don't have that opportunity to do that.
Interesting. Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks so much. Let's see now. That's it for questions, Council. We are going to move on to hearing from the public. So if there are any speakers that would like to speak to this item, please call 1-855-353-9183, 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag, 88927 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. The number will be tweeted out and available on the live stream. Clerk, do we have any speakers on the line? I know we had one speaker that was signed up, Charles Gauthier.
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we do have a couple other speakers on the line.
Great, okay. So let's go ahead to our first speaker. I think Charles Gauthier was first because he was signed up earlier.
We'll just patch him through.
Okay, great, thank you.
Moderator, do you have our speaker on the line for us?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Charles Gauthier, right?
Yes, it's Charles.
Great, thanks, Charles. You're a little faint, but whenever you're ready, we have up to 5 minutes. I can hear the speaker. Just 1 second, please. Council, are you having a hard time hearing the speaker? Okay, I'm getting an okay signal, so please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Charles Gauthier, CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. Thanks for the opportunity. We sent a letter in support of this rezoning proposal to Council on March 12th of this year. My understanding is that it was posted to the website later today, but I'll read components of it. This development proposal presents a unique opportunity to restore and protect an existing heritage building while adding much needed office supply on the adjacent lot. The design of the new tower will be closely integrated with the 1930 built Royal Bank building. The new proposed building will be recessed at the same levels as the RBC building so that the two structures appear joined while also being distinctly contrasted through the materials of their facades. Through this development, the RBC building will be reinforced and sizably upgraded with minimal impact on its current tenants. The exterior of the RBC building will also receive official heritage designation to ensure this heritage asset is protected for future generations. Narrow floor plates of this new office development will help to meet the increasing demand from office tenants that do not require a large amount of space. Smaller office spaces are difficult to secure in today's tight office market, and I'd like to give an example. We just renewed our office lease a couple of years ago, and we did look for other space. This was back in late 2017, 2018, and we had a very difficult time, so we ended up renewing at our current location. So we would agree that there is a need for smaller floor plates within the downtown area. This project will contribute to the city's sustainability goals by targeting LEED goal certification through an energy efficient design and waste operation system. Furthermore, it is located one block from Waterfront Station, Vancouver's most active and important public transit hub, which will allow future office tenants to have a sustainable commute to and from work. So for these reasons, we support the rezoning application.
Thank you so much. And I'll just see if there's any questions for you from Council. And I don't see anybody on the list. There's Councillor Carr. Okay, Councillor Carr, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes for questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gauthier, I just have one question, and it has to do with office space, and I'm glad that you put emphasis on that in your presentation. You've done a lot of analysis, and where do you think that the need and demand for office space is heading in the wake of, or in the midst of, the COVID-19 pandemic and potential recurrences of it?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too early to speculate, where we're heading. I mean, certainly there's been a couple of companies that have made the headlines over the course of the last week or so, talking about encouraging their employees, or will be allowing their employees to work from home for at least the immediate future, maybe forever in some cases. But again, we're talking about a few companies that have come out and made those pronouncements. But it's not something that I'm hearing on a widespread basis. And in fact, I've had some landlords communicate with me that they've had existing tenants, approach them in regards to taking more space due to the requirements to respect physical distancing. So I would say it's a bit too early to speculate what will happen in the course of the next year and a half, 2 years in terms of the demand for office space. But as you know, the current vacancy rate is well below 3%. And the experts say that a healthy office market is 8%. So we have a long way to go to get to that vacancy rate.
Right. So thank you for that information. And my second question has to do with any information or intelligence that you can offer us as council to back up what I've heard as, I mean, for the most part, rumors, really, which is around the fact that people who have been working from home have become a little frustrated with those circumstances and are thinking about and starting to actually rent even, and hotels are providing hotel rooms just to provide a space that enables them to work independently from their home environment. And would this, in your opinion, first of all, if you can verify that or expand on that, that would be great. But secondly, would this kind of space, in your mind, satisfy those kinds of needs?
I haven't heard that particular incident of people that were working from home, seeking hotel rooms to get, let's call it peace of mind or the ability to work away from children or other potential distractions. I know from our experience, I worked at home for 5.5 weeks. I think it was done out of necessity to do my part to flatten the curve, but it's not necessarily my preference to be working from home. I think there's a lot of benefits to working in an office environment, interacting with my colleagues, being able to get them almost immediately unless they're in meetings. I think it's great to walk out in a dense urban environment and to bump into colleagues and have conversations that you weren't planning to have. I don't think anything's going to necessarily replace that. So I think work from home will be a tool in the toolkit, but I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all and will work for every single employer or every single employee.
Right. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And that's
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And
okay, thank you.
And that's it for questions. Thank you, Mr. Gauthier, as always. Appreciate it. Council, I don't see anybody. Oh, yes, we've got other speakers. Over to the clerk. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, so we have another caller on the line, but we're not sure if he's wanting to speak, so we'll just check with the moderator.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor Stewart, we're not getting any response from him.
Okay. Was there anybody else on the line willing to speak or wanting to speak? Clerk, is that it? It was just one speaker perhaps on hold, and that's the extent of it?
Yes, that's all we have right now. And you can maybe ask a call for the last speaking opportunity.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I'm going to, if there are any other speakers who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And again, that number is available on our live stream. So I'm going to call 3 times for additional speakers. So that was the first call. And I'm going to call again. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And I'm going to call one more time for speakers as required by law. This is the third call. Is there any other speakers for this item who wish to speak? Please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 star to get on the list. Clerk, so I've read it 3 times. Do you suggest we wait? We have called out a number of times on this item.
Yes, so we can close the speakers list if you wish.
Okay, thanks very much. So seeing there's no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received in this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, ask further questions to staff, and to make a decision. Does the applicant team have any closing comments?
You made us Bart Slotman. No, we don't have any comments, but happy to answer any questions about though.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And just a reminder to council, after the speakers list is closed, we actually can ask any questions of the applicant team. So any questions you have are to staff. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No, we do not have any closing comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Council, if you have questions for staff, I have Councillor Kirby-Yung. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I don't have further questions. I was happy to move the recommendation if there are not further questions from council, but I do see Councillor Hardwick.
Yep, I'm going to move on to Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, do you have any questions?
I don't. I was going to move the motion. So I'll. Do we need a seconder?
We do. We need a seconder.
Kirby-Yung. I'll second
Thanks. It just so council knows, it's so tricky on this this remote that I just go by the list as best I can. So it's very hard for me to reserve folks that want to move motions and those types of things. So I'm just going to go by the list and try to be as fair as possible. So Councillor Hardwick has moved with Councillor Kirby-Yung as seconder. If you'd like to debate this now, I'm going to move us over to the main queue. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this project. It's a very unique one. I think it's one of the first sort of new builds in conjunction with the heritage in my time on council, and it has a lot of unique aspects and things that I like about it. I think that the seismic structural alignment of the floor plates is very innovative from an engineering point of view, and I think that that's going to be a noteworthy first. I actually really enjoy attention in sort of old and new and historic and modern. And so I appreciate the difference in textures that were described here, the historic aspect in retaining a 1930 building, so almost a century old now. And we don't have that many of them in the city. So imperative, I think, to retain them when we can. And this one is particularly iconic in both its Art Deco Romanesque elements as it was described, as well as its location right sort of in the heart and soul of downtown, and sort of where that district really started, and sort of particularly from the financial institution history and legacy. So pleased about that. Would have liked to have seen some retention of some of the interior heritage elements as well. I think that our world is changing quite a bit. So while there may be a perspective that having RBC as a long-term tenant would support that, I think we have to recognize that that may change. But I'm hopeful that whoever took that space would be charmed by a lot of those elements. And I mentioned, for example, the mezzanine or the historic elevators, they would not be lost. I also do think that it's interesting in the time of COVID. I do think we're going to see a reduction in demand for office space. I think companies will recognize that they can have some overhead savings costs to their bottom line and P&L, and have employees work effectively at home. We've seen that announcement with Shopify and other large companies that are looking to do business differently. But I think there will be a demand for office space. And I think that while it was previously a niche of having smaller spaces, that may actually be more in demand with COVID, because people are going to have some folks offsite and perhaps some core functions that need to be on site in a space. So I'm actually quite interested to support this project. I think there's a lot of architectural care that has gone in here to the project and the design, and I do commend the applicant team for that. I appreciate staff championing the heritage piece and following through on that as best as they could. And I'm happy, as I always am, that we're not impeding a view cone, again, because I think that's critical to what makes Vancouver's the ability to see that sense of place, and hopefully to see the mountains or the water from multiple vantage points across the city. So I'm happy to support this project. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. You don't hear this from me very often, but I'm really excited about this project. It impressed me on so many different levels. The innovation in the manner in which the two buildings are intertwined, the solution for a seismic upgrade that has that ability to also maintain the heritage. There's so many more things in the plus column than the minus column. All of the discussion about what's going to happen with office space in the future is conjecture at this point. But just on the architectural merit, the innovation and the satisfying and aligning of a bunch of different demands, and I think made this exemplary as a project. Still hoping you'll change your mind about the interior. That remains as an option. But I think it's a terrific project, and I'm really happy to see it moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks so much. We are now on to that's it. That's it for the debate. So I can call a vote on this application.
point of privilege, Mayor Stewart?
Yes, Councillor Dejanova, go ahead.
Thanks. I'd like to ask for a vote in assist in favor, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, and we just mark Councillor Dejanova. There we go. Council, this has passed unanimously in favor. Thanks very much for that. Thanks to the applicant and staff for their presentations. Okay, Council, we're on to our second issue. Clerks, do you need any extra time to set up, or are you ready to move? No.
So we're ready to go.
Okay, Council, so we're moving on to the application on 631 to 635 Commercial Drive, and we'll have clerk read the application in summary correspondence.
This is an application by Brooke Pooney Associates to rezone 631-635 Commercial Drive from multiple dwelling district to comprehensive development district to permit retail and service uses, including restaurant class 1, at the ground level in an existing mixed residential commercial building with grandfathered legal non-conforming uses at grade. No changes to the existing form of development are proposed. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 9 pieces of correspondence in support of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to approximately 4:45 p.m. today.
Great, thank you so much. So just before we get into it, I just want to remind the audience, folks, public, that if there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and available on the live stream. We have Amy McDonald of the Rezoning Center, who has a presentation, and as well, I believe the applicant has a presentation as well. So I'll turn it over to Ms. McDonald. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me and see the presentation?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. My name is Amy McDonald, and I am the rezoning planner for this application. The site, shown outlined in yellow, is comprised of 2 legal parcels zoned RM4N. It is located on the west side of Commercial Drive between Francis Street and East Georgia Street. The surrounding area is zoned RM4 and RM4N and primarily consists of low-rise residential buildings. The site directly across Commercial Drive, also zoned RM4N, contains commercial uses at grade. The site is currently developed with a 3-story building consisting of 6 rental residential units and 2 ground floor commercial units. The commercial units are currently occupied by Pepino Spaghetti House and Cafe Latana. These commercial uses are current legal non-conforming uses that predate the RM4N zoning of the site. Adjacent to the site on the south is the York Theatre, a heritage designated building. As shown on this map, the subject site is located between 2 commercial districts, the East Hastings Street Commercial District and the primary retail, restaurant, and residential uses of Commercial Drive are located 2.5 blocks north and south of the site, respectively. The commercial space located on site serves to improve the connection along Commercial Drive to East Hastings Street. The site is also well served by transit, and frequent bus service is available on Commercial Drive and East Hastings Street. Under the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, the subject site is identified as a local serving retail site, shown here with a red star. The intent for this location is to support the community and business interests, to encourage small-scale and/or locally based enterprises in the community's primary shopping areas, and to encourage the retention of existing small-scale retail uses. This application proposal is limited in scope. The purpose is to allow the operation of the existing commercial uses at grade to be permitted under zoning. The current RM4N zoning does not allow for restaurant Class 1 use. Rezoning to CD1 would increase the viability of Café Latana's operation by allowing the cafe to operate as a restaurant and serve liquor. Under the CD1, a range of local serving uses would be permitted under retail and service uses, including restaurant Class 1, as well as the continuation of the neighborhood grocery store use. The expansion of these uses aligns with the intention of the policy to retain local serving retail and existing small-scale business at this location. No change to the existing building on site is proposed for this application. The CD1 bylaw reflects the current height and density to retain the existing 3-story building. The 6 rental units on site will not be impacted by this rezoning. Currently, the site is served by off-site parking across the lane, which will be secured as part of this rezoning. As there are no substantive changes to the uses on site, no additional parking is required. If future redevelopment were to occur on site, there would need to be a full rezoning application process, including public consultation and public hearing. Following standard city practice, a site sign was installed and 2,454 notification postcards were mailed to the surrounding area. In total, 9 responses were received. Staff received 1 letter with 52 signatures, citing support for the change of zoning to allow for a liquor license for Café Latana. People also talked about the community benefit aspect of the application, as Café Latana is a well-liked establishment and serves the local and broader community. One piece of feedback was received expressing non-support, though no specific reason was provided. In summary, this proposal meets the intent of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. Staff recommend this application be approved to allow the continued operation of the local serving businesses on site to meet the intentions of the policy. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now we have, wondering if the applicant team is here to speak.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart. It's Councillor DeGenova. If you could add me to the list for questions.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Put you down on the list of questions. Yeah, will do. Okay. And just waiting for the applicant here to set up their presentation, and we'll get going.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Grunberg. I am a co-owner operator of 3 restaurants in Vancouver, including Sabio Volpe, Pepino's, and Café Latana. As restaurant owners, we always need to seek to be a vital part of the communities where we operate. We recently put considerable investment into renovating Café Latana and have been operating it as a neighborhood grocery store. This use allows us to sell dry goods and serve meals, but doesn't allow us to serve liquor. We want to be a place where members of the community can enjoy a meal and drink in the evening, where people can relax before a show next door at the Culch, and an inviting place for the community to gather. Going through a full rezoning so that we can apply for a liquor license for Café Latana has been a big undertaking for our small business. This process has been challenging and time-consuming. We've been working on this rezoning for over a year, and we've seen other restaurants face significant hurdles under similar circumstances. I really want to thank the staff of the city for their professionalism and their efforts to help move this along for us.
And can I just stop you there? I'm just wondering, the clerk has informed me that you had a presentation you wanted us to follow along. Is that still the case?
Yeah, we'll present the presentation in just a few moments, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks very much, and please continue.
Thank you. In light of the fact that we, like many small businesses, have had to serve takeout only during COVID-19 pandemic, getting a liquor license is only going to be more important for us than ever, for the viability of our business and so that we can offer a place for the community to gather when things return to normal. Being able to get a liquor license will help us attract more customers and will encourage people to stay longer, have a drink, socialize. This will be good for our business and will support us in offering a viable employment for opportunities for our staff. Cafe Latana is not a huge restaurant. It's a little over 1,100 square feet, so a liquor license is not going to turn into a rowdy establishment, but will allow our customers to spend a little longer, spend a long time relaxing, support our small business and the staff that we employ, and will contribute to the vibrancy of a forgotten segment of Commercial Drive. We want to continue to be a vital part of our community and its culture. The past few months have been very, very challenging for small businesses in Vancouver and around the world, and this rezoning will be a small piece of returning to normal and hopefully making our restaurant even more active than it was before. Thank you very much, Council, for your time and consideration with this application, and hope you will support us in this effort. Any questions, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. And sorry, did you have a presentation as well that you're going to show us?
Hi, Mayor. My name is Craig Singett. I'm Paul's partner. I'm just going to say a few words, and then we'll flip through the prez very quickly. It's very short.
Okay, great. And we're just going to save all our questions to the end so we can ask to staff and the applicant team. So please go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. Mayor and Council, my name is Craig Stanghetta. I'm Paul's partner, the co-owner of those three restaurants, Savio Volpe, Pepino's, and Cafe Latana. The property we're here to discuss is 635 Commercial Drive, named Cafe Latana. And as Paul mentioned, it's our neighborhood grocery that we opened next door to Nick's Spaghetti House, which we bought from Nick Salicella, and have been operating successfully as Pepino's Spaghetti House since the summer of 2018. I'm also the principal of St. Marie, a design studio that has worked on several cafes, restaurants, and independent retail shops here in Vancouver, many of which you'll be familiar with, and many of which have played a large role in being rallying points within their respective communities. These include Balbay Brasserie in Chinatown, Ask for Luigi in Railtown, and Homer Street Cafe in Yaletown. Our company prides ourselves on helping to define and design businesses that both create attention and interest in a neighborhood, while they still feel truly of the place and of that community. It's a delicate equilibrium, and although myself and my studio of talented strategists and designers love nothing more than the independent shops that dot neighborhoods throughout Vancouver, we can't help but acknowledge that these types of neighborhoods and local neighborhood businesses are in deep duress. It was true before COVID, and it will be exponentially true afterward. Small businesses, as you know, are subject to challenging lease structures, high costs of goods, and ballooning construction costs. All that to say it's not easy or cheap to open and operate these spaces, and that the people that run the gauntlet to do it do so out of a deep care, passion, and commitment to local food, a local workforce, and most of all, their local community of neighbors and patrons. As mentioned, we're going to show you a quick slide deck of our process to open Latana, and we feel it shows how much care and attention has gone into this tiny space. I hope it helps convey that what we undertook, that we did so out of a deep respect for the heritage of the history of the community, and with an eye to be a fixture in this community for a long, long time. We look at this project as a legacy, one we would like to create for a long time, and not something that's trendy or out of context, something that's authentic and dependable and timeless, much like they did next door at Nick's Spaghetti House all those years ago. So with that in mind, we hope that you will support our endeavor to rezone this property, which will help to make that future much more viable. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
We're just going to flip onto that. Yeah, we're just going to flip onto that presentation. Can everybody see our screen?
Yes, we can.
This is the pre-construction convenience store before we took over the lease. Demo. We always undertake a deep dive in terms of R&D and understanding the cultural and historical context before we dive into the design. So a little quick snapshot of the design process. And here's the outcome after considerable time and effort and love and attention. And here's what we do. that's it. Oh, we got to get back to the screen.
Thanks very much. And thanks for that. And now we're turning to questions from, before we get to the speakers from the public, I'm going to turn it over to Council for questions. And I've Councillor Fry, and you can ask questions to either the applicant or, sorry, I took you off the list here, Councillor Fry. Perhaps, Clerk, you can just fix that list for me. Great. Yeah, Councillor Fry, you have up to 5 minutes. Council or to staff or applicants.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Clerk, for fixing that. I'm going to actually ask sort of the same question for the applicants and for staff. To start with the applicants, thanks for presenting tonight. And you know, I've been to Nick's, I've been to Pepino's, I've been to many of your establishments, and I really appreciate what you do and how you do it. And I think this is a really awesome proposal, and I'm very supportive of it. I'm curious, though, and I mean, I appreciate that you expressed gratitude towards staff, and the process itself was quite challenging, I'm sure, and this seems like an awfully big barrier to you guys to have implemented this. Can you tell me sort of what this looked like time-wise?
Sure.
And, yeah, how was the process for you?
I mean, to be truthful,
it's rather onerous to go through a rezoning, I'm assuming, and what's the timeline and the additional expense and stress that this caused?
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, initially when we took the lease, we made the sort of assumption that it was already zoned commercial. You know, there's 2 commercial businesses operating in the ground floor, and we were actually a little bit hasty taking over because we wanted to secure the Nick's lease and buy that business before something else happened to it. So we probably didn't do the same level of due diligence we normally would, and we scooped it up quick because we were keen to maintain that legacy of Nick's, and then realizing that the suite next door would be you know, part of delivering on our offer, we went about submitting for a tenant improvement permit, and that's when we learned that the property was zoned residential. And so we did sort of try to understand the other mechanisms that might exist for us to get this you know, wine and beer cafe license. None of those existed under the current zoning. We couldn't get a change of use, and so we were sort of bogged down by that sort of the red tape of this process. But the city was helpful in finding and help us find a way to sort of go through this rezoning in order to move into the next phase, which is our development permit change of use, and at which point we go to the province and apply for our license. And so all told, it was about, you know, a year and a half, I think. And, you know, I think all things considered, consultants, the change of use fee, you know, it's probably, you know, upwards of $40,000. Right. And a lot of time and effort.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, that's actually sounds pretty quick for a rezoning, but I can appreciate the amount of stress on a small business. So I guess my next question then for staff through this process, are there any big takeaways on how we might be able to expedite these kind of processes, or even reconsider some of our outright use under certain zonings in cases like this RM and on an obvious high street in that kind of context?
Just a reminder that we're just commenting on this project, so I want you to keep it within those boundaries and not kind of drift off into policy. So if we can do that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
This is Teresa O'Donnell, the Deputy Director for Planning Department. This was somewhat of an unusual application. We don't see many like these come across our desks. Because it is a non-conforming use in a heritage building, we were very cautious about analyzing a number of different ways to process this. We know it's a very valuable asset to the neighborhood. We didn't want him to lose his non-conforming rights because it is in an RM4 district. It's pretty unusual. So once we determined that zoning was a creative alternative to solve this solution, I think the zoning case took about 10 months. So there were a number of options explored at the beginning of the process, looking at a change of use, looking at changing the RM for zoning. We did finally determine that this would be the most advantageous. He also has a non-conforming parking situation. We didn't want him to jeopardize his rights in that regard. So this is quite unusual, but I want to applaud staff for their creativity. It's not something that you'll see very often, but we think for this particular use, in order to maintain a cherished business in the neighborhood, we were happy to be able to facilitate that application. So.
Yeah, awesome work.
That answers your question? Yep.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, and thanks to staff. It's noteworthy and incredibly, I appreciate the creative work that went into it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We're on to Councillor Wiebe for 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, mine would be a follow-up onto that. The creativity that got us to this stage, if it were to get passed tonight, what do we look at the process to get the business up and running from a staff point of view?
It would appear to be a different part of the process, I think, would it? Outside of what we're deciding here this evening?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Teresa O'Donnell again. This will free the applicant to start working with DBL to get their interior remodel permits and to get underway with the construction.
Okay, and then I guess Councillor Fry asked the majority of the questions because I was really interested in the process and what we could do moving forward from learning. So really appreciate the answers from staff and the work from the proponent to bring this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. Bear with me as I'm fixing my computer, but I'm here on the phone. I wanted to ask the applicant just, did you feel that in moving forward with this process that on the other side of things, not obviously understanding that COVID would come at the time that it did, are you encouraged that you'd be able to facilitate still moving forward with the financial viability of opening up Latana as expected? That's a consideration, the rezoning. I appreciate that when this first came forward, I know I'd reached with the staff on some of the questions that I received by email, and I didn't quite realize how complex this issue was. Thank you for hanging in there.
And again, just to reiterate, we really do appreciate everybody's insight and creativity to sort of help us stick handle this, and so we're happy to be here. And to answer your question, I mean, I think like the reality is Paul and I are optimistic to a fault, and so we're every effort that we're undertaking is that we are going to overcome the current obstacles. And on the other side of this, although we think we'll be looking at a changed world and a little more caution and attention, I think that it's hard to say that people will resist the intent to gather collectively in one space. And, restaurants have become a lodestone for how people meet and mark moments in their lives and celebrate their sort of victories and console themselves in sad times. And I think that people are going to be very earnest to get back to that. And we're very eager to move forward with the incredible urgency to be there on the other end to support our community when that happens.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the answers that you provided to my questions, and knowing the scope of what I can ask is limited. What I will ask, and maybe it's if you want to defer this question to staff, you can do so, but my understanding of the space was, although it was residential space, it was zoned as residential, and that's what you were looking to change in this rezoning application, that under under Nick's Spaghetti House, before the change of ownership, they could possibly use it for something different. However, the moment that it changed hands legally and was sold, that no longer applied. Is that correct?
Well, it's a separate CRU to Nick's Spaghetti House, so I don't think that was. We explored those options of like redefining the sort of red line, so to speak, or joining those CRUs, and that seemed to be an even potentially more onerous process with some potential pitfalls that could lead to some different construction and upgrade challenges. So when we undertook the space, we assumed that we would be getting here, and so our entire construction process was built under the eventual potential use for this space. So in terms of life safety considerations, fire separation, accessible bathrooms, and all that, we've already built to those considerations, and so essentially we feel like although we will move into a development permit change use process, that we should have the suite built to suit that next use already.
Thanks so much for answering my questions on that. And I know it's been complex, but this is the best way forward. I understand that you worked on many ways forward with staff. Is that correct? Looking at different options and ways?
That's right. And the city staff and the planners and the engineering departments were very helpful in just helping us see the spectrum of options and understanding where there was constraints within the system, where there was a mechanism to work our way through, and they found it. And so we followed their lead, and our consultancy, Brooke Pooney, again, helped us navigate it. So we're just grateful to be here, and I think this was a best way through of a potential, a bit of challenging mechanics that exist for these kind of uses that, again, some people have hinted at the fact that maybe there needs to be a deeper dive on how some of these uses work in terms of the relationship between the city and provincial level down the road. But that's a discussion for another time.
Thank you so much for your time. That's it for questions from council. And so now we're going to move to hear from the public. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag. That's 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag, and that will get you on the list before we close the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and available on the live stream. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, the speakers are ready.
Great. Okay, we can start.
Do we have speaker number 1 on the line?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Just tell us who you are, and then you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lou Poskett. I live in the Grandview Woodlands neighborhood, kind of a distressingly short walk from my waistline from Cafe Latana and Pepino's. I've lived in this neighborhood for a decade, and in that time, my husband and I have seen tremendous change, most incredibly positive to this neighborhood. As a longtime member of this community and resident of this area, I am strongly in support of this application. In my view, approval of this rezoning application will have positive benefits for the community that I love so much. Latana has quickly become a go-to spot for my husband and I because it is both so walkable for us and also because of the quality of food and ingredients that they prepare and have available for sale. We eat at Latana regularly. We stop in at Latana for coffees on our way to work. We meet friends there. It's often one of the places we bring friends new to our neighborhood and somewhere where I bring my in-laws when they come come to visit or visitors from abroad. In the pre-COVID times, we would regularly purchase quality ingredients, incredible butter, incredible cheeses, down at this corner, down at the store. And it's so lovely to have that resource available to us and so close. This appeals to me also as a former chef. And in the post-COVID time, Latana has really quickly pivoted to grocery deliveries and supporting the community. And in fact, they saved me this week with some incredible fresh local produce when I forgot to order for the week. So they've really come through. And I've gotten to know many of my neighbors who I've lived near for years, chatting in the line for pasta at Latana. And this has increased my sense of belonging and sense of pride in my community. My husband and I would love the opportunity to be able to meet at this shop at Latana after work for a glass of wine, or to invite friends and meet them for a drink in the neighborhood that we love. In my view, allowing the restaurant to serve wine would increase the safety of the area. This is sort of a less highly trafficked area of Commercial Drive, I guess, in my sort of incidental experience. And I think having people lingering a little later would have, a bit more of a crowd later into the evening, increasing overall presence as people are out and about in the neighborhood. And I think in these strange times, we're increasingly seeing the importance of local businesses to communities like ours. Businesses like Latana are not only part of the fabric of the community, they find ways to support community members in tough times. And in my view, our neighborhood is richer for them. Latana has been a great neighbor, a welcome addition to my community, and I hope to be able to visit soon to have a drink with dinner. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I see no questions from council, so just wanted to thank you for phoning in and providing your input into this. Next, we have, sorry, clerk, I'm just trying to call up. We have Paul Phelan, who's next on the phone. Mr. Phelan, are you there?
Councillors and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Phelan, and I am the Manager of Business Development and Hospitality for the Vancouver East Cultural Centre, better known to most as the Cultch. Today I'm speaking to you in favor of the rezoning of 631 to 635 Commercial Drive, which includes Cafe Latana. The Cultch operates our theatres at Venables and Victoria Drive, and also the York Theatre at 639 Commercial Drive, which is located next door to Cafe Latana. Upon the opening of the cafe, we have had the pleasure to partner with our neighbours on a number of occasions. This partnership, like all partnerships in the arts community, are vital in our sustainability. Having a very small lobby at the York, we are very lucky to have Cafe Latana next door, offering our patrons an alternate space to enjoy food and hopefully soon libations, both pre-show and following performances. Our partnering theatre companies have also been able to use Cafe Latana as a location to entertain donors for important fundraising initiatives prior to the presentations held at the York. And we also look forward to hosting our own fundraising initiatives with the help of Cafe Latana. We are also grateful to Cafe Latana to join the Cultch in becoming one of our restaurant partners, offering discounted meals to our patrons and in turn discounted theatre tickets for patrons of Cafe Latana. Having these value-added items to offer our patrons is integral to the growth of our organization, and we are very grateful to Cafe Latana and that they have been so supportive and accommodating to all of our proposed partnering initiatives. As you're aware, the arts community has been hit very hard by this current global pandemic, and it looks like it will be quite some time before we can once again offer our unique and valuable programming to our patrons. As we move forward, our partnerships with local businesses in East Vancouver and throughout our city will be invaluable to the survival of the Cultch, as we find new and exciting ways to bring you the unique, diverse, and intimate theatre we are known for. So on behalf of the Cultch organization and our community, I would kindly ask that you grant approval to Cafe Latana on this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you so much for phoning in. I do see no councillors on the list to ask questions, so I'll thank you for your input and move on to the next caller. We have Stephen Boas is in the council chambers, I believe, clerk.
Yes, he's just making his way in. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And then we'll just let me know and I'll.
Go. Yes, my name is Stephen Boas. I live in Grandview Woodland. I was actually going to speak on number 4, and I still do plan to speak and I send in the presentation for that item, not for this item. But thank you for listening from home. And I have just one very, very quick point that caught my interest. I do live several blocks away from the rezoning in question near Commercial Drive. And I wanted to caution staff and council on one very, very important point. There's no CAC consideration here. And at this point, I understand the applicant's needs and desires, and I'm really wondering if it would be possible to do this as a non-conforming use under current bylaw, as has been done in many other places. And I'll explain why. The issue is that this is not just a simple change to accommodate an existing use. It's actually changing from an RM4 zone to a CD1. And why this is important is, say, for whatever reason, in a few years' time, the applicant decides to redevelop the site, and they would like to, let's say, do 6 stories with different FSR, as allowed in the community plan policies. Then the consideration for rezoning, it's a different level than rezoning from RM existing zone to a CD1. This would then be a CD1 text amendment. And then I think there are some considerations because it might be a different process. Because say in the future, I don't know if the applicant decides to do something with the site, but then it's already a CD1 and it's a simple text amendment. And there might be a far lower barrier for the FSR differential, CAC capture. And I just wanted to raise that issue. So my concern is with the CD1 and if it could be accommodated under existing zoning as existing non-conformant. So that's just my word of caution, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I see no questions from council for you. So thanks for sharing your thoughts. Council, I see no other speakers on the line. So I'm going to call now for speakers. So if there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927. I can't remember if it's a hashtag. I think it's a hashtag. That's what you call it? Yeah.
That's correct.
88927 hash to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be tweeted out and available on the live stream. Clerk, I'm going to call for the, is there anybody else on the line?
Mayor, sir, we don't have anybody else on the line, so we can call speakers for 3 times and then close the speakers list.
Okay. Sure. So I'll call 3 times. First is if there are any speakers who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And the numbers on the live stream are on Twitter. So that's my first call. I'm going to do a second call. Speakers who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-3193, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And one more time, council, to close it. If there are any other speakers who wish to speak, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. So how's it looking, clerk? Are we okay to close the list?
We're just going to get a confirmation. Just give us a minute.
Okay, no problem.
Mayor Stewart, you can close the speakers list.
Thank you very much. Seeing there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received in this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff, and to make a decision. Does the applicant team have any closing comments you'd like to make?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. How about from staff? Staff have any closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments.
Thanks very much. Council, have any questions for staff? I've got a list here. Councillor DeGenova, please go ahead. Questions for staff.
Thanks so much. I will throw one in there. I was also, sorry, Mr. Mayor, now that I have my panel up, I'm also happy to move the motion afterwards. But I wanted to ask a question of staff just to Mr. Bomis's comments before about amending. And I believe I'd asked you this way before we were even at a consideration of an application on this specific site. There's no other way forward. Is that correct? Because a liquor license couldn't be obtained without a rezoning. Is that the case?
That is
to staff. Go ahead.
Yes, Councilwoman, that is correct. The current non-conforming uses only allows a neighborhood grocery store. He cannot obtain a liquor license with that use.
Okay, and this was very much pre-COVID that this came into play. I just wanted to make sure that that was confirmed.
Yes, ma'am. This was originally scheduled for your March 10th hearing.
Yes. I think it was some time ago. I seem to remember a year and a half ago asking about this specific, not quite an application yet, but issue. So thanks very much, and hoping to thank staff in my closing comments. So I will put myself on the bottom of the list then to move the motion.
Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, thank you. And I look forward to Councillor DeGenova moving the motion. I know she took a lot of interest in this file and appreciate all the work that she did on this as well. And thanks to the staff for helping this happen. And of course, to the applicants for working so hard on this. It's a fantastic proposal. I find, to Mr. Bohus's point earlier, I do note in the report that the proposed CD1 rezoning does not confer any additional development rights that aren't currently conferred, other than what are conferred under the RF4N zoning, except for with the existing zone. So there's no floor area proposed to be constructed.
Can I just get you to move to questions, and then we can do closing comments after it's moved?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on closing comments. Oh,
no, still on questions to staff. Yep, that's okay.
Oh, okay, then take me off the list.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. I've got you back on the list with no other folks set to ask questions.
Happy to move the motion if that's all right with you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, sure.
Second,
I mean,
Councillor Kirby-Yung, second.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, so we now have the council on the floor, and we can go ahead, Councillor DeGenova. You have the floor if you'd like to. Sorry, I'm actually, yeah, that's okay. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I understand that we're just here to specifically talk about the proposal and application that's in front of us tonight. So I can't quite talk about business licensing yet and getting this up and running, but I think just days away from Italian Heritage Month. I won't speak for Nick and his family, but certainly I really appreciate what the applicants have done to try and actually retain what I consider personally to be a benefit to the community, which is not only the nostalgia of Nick's Spaghetti House, but trying to make sure that legacy is respected. I know that when the Spaghetti House itself announced that they were closing down, there were lineups in the winter down the block. That being said, I know that Pepinos and Latana have offered something new, but that definitely has a nod to that nostalgia on the drive and the historical context of what that's been. I really want to thank staff. I know that this was not an easy one, and also want to apologize because way before this ever came forward, I think I was back and forth trying to figure out the liquor licensing side of things, the actual classification, as well as zoning. And I understood that this was very unique and interesting. Really want to thank the applicants because, as you said, I agree. I think that it's your drive and your positivity that's gotten this here today. A lot of people might not have accepted the challenge. So really looking forward to seeing, hopefully, fingers crossed, it won't be too long, just a little while before you can really bring Latana into what you had wanted to originally. And thanks so much for hanging in there. I wholeheartedly support this. and very happy to see this, especially as we just approach Italian Heritage Month in June.
Thank you so much. Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and likewise in support of the application, and want to thank staff for coming up with creative solutions and recognizing the incredible value of these local serving businesses, and also to the applicants, very appreciative of your patience and cooperation and collaboration. And I think there is a huge, as Councillor DiGenova said, community benefit. Frequented Nick's Spaghetti House before, frequented Peppino's previously, and some of your other establishments. But I think, as we heard from one of the callers about how much of a positive benefit there is to the neighborhood, and it aligns with the Grandview Woodlands community plan. And so I just want to say that I'm supportive of it. I appreciate that it aligns things, and I think a couple of councillors have asked questions about broader policy questions and issues, which are thoughtful and can be considered at a later date. But I am very supportive of the application. Thank you.
Thanks. Now, Councillor Fry, comments.
Yeah, and sorry for messing that up. I was just so excited by this proposal. You know, and I do appreciate that many of us, we talk a lot about complete communities, and I think this is a perfect example of that kind of form of gentle density and thinking creatively and bringing services to people where they live and creating walkable communities. I find it so interesting that this actually was originally a commercial zoning that was converted to an RM3 way back in the day, and now we're converting it back, and I hope that it does inform a wider policy conversation later. And I'm just really appreciative of all the work that went in to make this happen, and I hope we see more of this kind of thing, and look forward to the success of the business ongoing.
Thanks so much, Council. I'd just like to end with thanks and congratulations to staff for finding an innovative way forward, and also to the applicant for a project that I support and think is going to be a great addition to the neighborhood. So with that, Council, we're done with our debate, and I will call the vote. And that's unanimous. Thanks very much, Council. And that's the second item on our docket. Okay, we're moving on to a rezoning on 443 Seymour Street. Clerks, are you ready to go now, or did you need some time to set up?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we are ready to go.
Okay, great. So this is a rezoning for 443 Seymour Street, and the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence. Please go ahead.
This is an application by Chris Dikakos Architects Incorporated to rezone 443 Seymour Street from Downtown District to Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 29-story commercial office building. A building height of 104.8 meters and an FSR of 22.47 are proposed. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 19 pieces of correspondence in support of the application and 5 pieces of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to approximately 4:45 p.m. today.
Great, thank you so much for that. Just for the public, if there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to Council, please call 1-855-353-9183. Followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list, and we'll provide this number throughout the meeting. We have Thien Phan, rezoning planner from the Rezoning Center, with the to present the application. So I can turn it over to Thien Phan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Thien Phan, rezoning planner. Are you able to hear me and see my screen?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Fantastic. So shall I begin?
Point of privilege. I don't see the screen, Mr. Mayor. I do hear our planner.
Okay, I can see it. council just,
Okay, I'll work on my end.
okay, is everybody else, can you just, Councillor, just wave if you can see it? It's,
I can see it.
you're good? Okay, everybody else, so it must be on your end, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just proceed with the presentation. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Teen Fan, as I mentioned earlier, rezoning planner for this 29-story office building, a proposal that does help to strengthen Vancouver's economic resiliency by delivering needed employment space. The site is located downtown at Seymour and Pender Streets in the heart of the Central District, the largest employment center in the province. The existing parcel is zoned DD, and it's currently occupied by a 6-story above-grade parking lot. DD is the base zoning for all downtown sites, with the exception of rezoned properties in purple, many of which were redeveloped to allow for taller buildings and additional floor area. Looking a bit closer, immediately surrounding the site are numerous developments. We have heritage office buildings, residential towers, and academic institutions, including Simon Fraser University and Alexander College, along with the Alley-oop Lane just to the rear. Buildings range in age from 100-year-old commercial and office buildings, including the Rogers Building to the west, as well as newer 30-story offices, hotels, and residential towers. With 2 SkyTrain stations nearby, this site is very well connected to transportation. Industry forecasting does predict a rising need for commercial space, driven largely by population growth, tourism, and economic objectives. What has emerged are city policies for economic vitality. The 2009 MetroCorps plan recognized the deficiency in employment space and introduced policy and zoning amendments to address this. Subsequently, the enabling policy, shown here in blue and orange, is the rezoning policy for the Central Business District and the CBD shoulder, which supports the intensification of commercial land uses for buildings that go up to view cones while restricting residential. Fast forward to 2019, where capacity modeling under the Employment Lands Reviewed showed a need for 15 million square feet of job space, which provided approximately enough space for about 76,000 jobs. This application advances the economic development work emerging from those policies and strategies. The proposal in front of you is for a 29-story commercial office building, a height of 343 feet, just below the Queen Elizabeth view cone, and a floor space ratio of 22.47, allowing for 420,000 square feet of new commercial and office, all above 8 levels of underground parking. Downtown office vacancy rate sits at a very low 1 to 2%. The vacancy rate for high-quality AAA office is almost nothing at 0.3%. This project would deliver employment space that could generate up to 1,750 jobs for a range of workers. There is approximately 5,000 square feet of ground floor retail to support the viability of independent businesses, plus 400,000 square feet of Class A office above. The applicant has also informed staff that over the next 5 years of demolition and construction, this project could see somewhere between 200 to 300 new construction jobs and jobs for design professionals. Regarding building form and design, which received very positive and unanimous support from the Urban Design Panel, the proposal has responded to the unique elements that make up this block. What exists are Heritage A office buildings that do surround the site, including the Rogers and the Burks building, as well as the 1910 Alexander College, which is built across the lane, all containing gridded facades. The existing grids from the surrounding buildings are extended onto the facade of the proposed building, therefore unifying and completing the block. To the rear is the Alley-oop Lane in pink, which is a valued public space. Alley-oop was the very first lane to be revitalized under the city's Laneway program, an initiative led by the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association to reimagine this lane into a vibrant public space, adding prominent yellow and pink, a basketball hoop and hanging art, and becoming a destination for events. The applicant will continue to work with community partners to strengthen Alley-oop with public art. New hanging lighting and a possible retractable roof for weather protection, as well as brightening the prominent pink and yellow. Even better, the applicant owns the building directly next to the lane, creating natural synergies to incorporate design. This project offers other improvements to the ground floor. The widened sidewalks along Seymour and Pender create space for new trees, landscaping, socializing, and cafe seating for local shops, creating active storefronts that animate the public realm. Sitting directly next to the site is a 10-story Heritage A Rogers building. The Rogers building is C-shaped, which means it has a central courtyard that office workers would look onto. The applicant has set their proposed building back by 12 and 17 feet away from the shared property line, creating a building gap that provides some spacing and visual relief to improve working conditions for staff facing the interior courtyard. The tower setback is a rezoning condition. The building is moved back away from Pender and Seymour Streets as well. This accomplishes two things. Shown here, pulling the building back from Pender allows the historical facade of the 1912 Rogers building to remain prominent. Second, by setting the building back from Seymour creates an 80-foot tower spacing between this site and the adjacent residential tower. 80 foot is considered generous, exceeding what we would typically see between office and residential. This gap enhances privacy and livability for neighbors while creating more room for sunlight to penetrate in between the buildings. Also a condition of rezoning. The proposal would also relocate the current underground access from Seymour to the lane, representing an improvement to in and out traffic from a 4-lane street. Uses in the lane can and will be shared. Critical functions of loading, parking, and emergency access would be maintained alongside the public space in Alley-oop. 42 people attended the open house and comments were generally very supportive. We heard appreciation for architecture, height, new office, and improvements to Alley-oop. Neighbors in the adjacent residential tower were concerned that the building height would mean a loss of their views, decrease in privacy, and a decline in their property values. In response, staff applied rezoning conditions requiring the applicant to explore measures to minimize visual impact and privacy to neighbors, including materials that reduce glare. Over $13 million worth of public benefits are being delivered from this site, increasing the CACs and the DCLs secured on commercial rezoning projects in the Metro Core to over $50 million in the last 2 years. So in summary, new office and site improvements here contribute to attracting and retaining jobs for Vancouver's economic base. Staff recommend approval of this rezoning application contained with conditions in Appendix B, as it locates high-intensity employment next to rapid transit. Staff and the applicant team, Reliance, are available for questions. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And is the applicant team here to speak to the application?
Yes, we are.
Great. I understand you have a video for us.
Yes.
Okay.
I would, so this is Joanna Kwan from Reliance Properties. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and members of council. To start, we want to thank the city for providing strong leadership and for doing a great job during the COVID-19 pandemic in the last 2 months. We're glad that the curve has been flattened substantially, and most of us are healthy and we feel safe living in Vancouver. We're pleased that our proposal is being presented today, and we will have a video to show at the end of this remark. We started our journey a while ago. We commissioned a heritage assessment of the Rogers Building, and we contacted the owner to discuss our idea. We studied the Pink Alley and we imagined how we could preserve and improve the space, for example, by adding lights and weather protection. We followed the city guidelines on height, view, separation, setback, and even reducing the size of the building to increase the distance between our proposal to the residential tower across the street. We have a wonderful design team to help us navigate through the conceptual design process in a collaborative, integrated, and thoughtful way. We're very proud of the design outcome as presented here today. I would also like to offer our sincere thanks to the city's planning department. We have been working together for a while now on this proposal. We appreciate their patience, professionalism, and clear guidance. Despite the pandemic, we have confidence in Vancouver. We estimate that our project, if approved, with a design time, permit, and construction time, it will be complete around year 2025. And we believe that there will be a strong demand for office space in downtown core. But more importantly, in the next 5 years, this project will generate jobs and support businesses for the design professionals and construction industry in Vancouver. I'm joined here this evening with expert members of our design team who will be pleased to answer any questions. So to conclude our remark, KPF, our architect, has prepared a video. It's about 2 minutes long. There's no sound and just images. With that, thank you, Mayor Stewart, and thank you, members of council.
Thank you.
Hi there, this is Teen Rezoning Planner. Just wondering if you can see my screen.
We're still seeing the, we have a map on Cole Harbour waterfront labels. That's what we're seeing on our screen.
Perfect. I'm going to start the applicant video.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Bly. I haven't had audio for a minute or so, so I'm not sure if I'm the only one.
Hi there, this is Teen Rezoning Planner. The video does not contain any audio.
And it's finished.
And it should be done in 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, great.
Yep, and I think it's concluded. It did stick a little bit for me at the end, but that may have been our system, but I think it was right near the very end. So just, I think we're good with that. So thank you very much. We get surprise pictures of us in the presentation. Thank you so much. And was there anything else from the applicant team?
No, that concludes our remarks.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's see. So we'll go to questions now from council to staff or the applicants. And remember, this is your only chance to ask questions to the applicant. So please take advantage of that if you so choose. Councillor Hardwick, please, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's really interesting hearing this application because for me, listening to it we're listening to pitching for a pre-COVID reality. And so my nature of the core question, ultimately to the applicant, is we know what was in the past. We know all of these preconditions of the plans and all the things that you've met, but we also know that there are massive changes affecting potential use of additional downtown office space. And a lot of the qualities that were described in the presentation as positive, density, height, transit orientation, and jobs in the downtown core are now being put at question. So my question then to the applicant is, given all this, can you still make the numbers work? If we do, you're building this, but ultimately you're going to have tenants. Do you have concerns about this? And are you considering changes to your internal design as a reflection of a post-COVID reality?
Teen, may I speak?
Please go ahead.
Yes,
sure.
Please.
So we have been taking into consideration the post-COVID world. For example, it has to include touchless technology for one thing. There need to be a different, instead of an open space floor plan, tenants may require more back to kind of the office, individual office type kind of operation. So we have that conversation. And we also look at the amenities that we are proposing on the upper levels, taking into account further distance between exercise room. So these are considerations that we are taking into. But mostly it's the interior design and functional layout issues that we are looking at.
Well, that's good to know. What about things like elevators and lunch rooms, kitchens?
Yes, for elevators, we are thinking of technology such that it could be a tap system with the destination dispatch. So there's less service for people to share. In terms of lunchroom, that's an actual excellent question. We are just re-looking at the layout for our social space on the top floor to have options so that tables and chairs will be more movable and reconfigurable, and partitions. For example, a large meeting room can be separated into 3 meeting rooms so that people do not have to, like it won't be like 50 people gathering, or it could be a smaller group of 15. And we're just going through that review right now.
Well, again, excellent. These are unprecedented times, and I'm glad to hear that you're thinking that way. I'm glad to hear then that the numbers still work moving forward. But note to staff, I think we need to press pause on some of those plans and have a rejig. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to Councillor Weed.
Yeah, thank you very much. My comments or questions going to be on from the proponent looking at Alley-oop. It looks like you have 4 loading bays and the parking. So I'm just wondering how you think, people will still be able to enjoy that as a pedestrian space?
We have two things. It is an office building, so we expect the hours will be more Monday to Friday during business hours that we expect to have the loading bay being used or the parking entrance being used. And with proper planning, we may be able to reduce traffic during the weekends or evening to allow for events. Also, we have put colors onto our loading bay to expand the alley into our loading bay and make that available for public during events in the future.
So that the current loading bay could be transitioned into a public space for an event.
Yeah, so if you look at the floor plan, instead of a current laneway of 25 feet wide, we could make the loading bay available in the future, which could expand that space for example, food truck to be parked in there. So it's actually providing more space.
Nice. And then last one, the texture of the building, what was kind of the impetus on choosing that type of texture in the design phase?
With that, I would like to ask KPF, our design architect, to give us some thoughts on that one.
Sure. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So we wanted to extend the grid, as has previously been spoken of quite a lot, but we wanted to do it in a modern way, and we wanted to give the grid some texture so it's not flat, as all the heritage buildings are full of detail and textures and a change of depth. And we wanted to do that so that it would shimmer in the light. Vancouver rains quite a lot. And we were very aware of the low light levels and what could capture the light the most. And so by angling some of the surfaces, we were able to achieve this weave that is still a grid, but looks very modern, and it changes when you look at it straight on or on the oblique.
Thank you. It's really unique. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of questions. So we saw in the presentation that up to 1,750 people might work in this new building. Is that to the applicant? Does that jive with your numbers as well?
Yeah, that's roughly the number. What we did was we run a test fit from professional office, meaning like engineers and lawyers with offices, to a tech firm with open space. So we have actually seen numbers from 1,600 up to 2,200. So 1,750 is actually smack in the middle of our assumption.
Okay, and I'm just interested again in the as with the previous tower is the investment value here. And again, I know there's trade secrets, but approximate value would be good for us to know as well.
Right. So we are carrying a construction budget for roughly $175 to $200 million. Now, this number really depends on the market and both labor and material cost. And we are looking at, say, 1.5 years to 2 years from now, so we don't really know. So 175
right.
to 200 will be roughly the number for the construction budget.
Okay, in any sense how many workers that might employ building this building? Is that?
Yeah. It will start with design phase and permitting phase for the next 2 years. We have a team of professionals such as architects, engineers, designers, interior designers. I would say that will be between 60 to 80 people And for construction, when demolition start to construction, it could be easily from, say, between 200 to 250 people. And that will all happen within the next 5 years if our project's being approved. Sorry about what we in Gastown, sorry about this. Yeah.
I gotcha. We hear that. We get the same things. So that's fine. Thank you very much. Those are those are my main questions. And I think again we're just in a recession, and it's important for people to know the economic value of these projects. And so thank you very much for being so open with those figures. So thanks. That's it for questions. And I don't see any other questions. So we're going to move on to the public speakers. The clerk, we have Charles Gauthier. It will be our first. We have 3 callers calling in, and Charles Gauthier is the first call. So, Mr. Gauthier, are you there and ready to go?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Great. Thanks. Yes, we can. And up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. I just want to comment firstly by saying that the work that Council is doing tonight by approving these rezoning applications is part of the recovery phase for our city. The applicant spoke about the employment this will create in regards to construction jobs and the architects and engineers and designers that are all going to be working during this process, including this project if you approve it today. This particular office development application is of particular importance and interest for our organization because it presents an opportunity to enhance one of our beloved public spaces, Alley-Oop. In 2015, our organization conducted Reimagine Downtown Vancouver 2040, a collaborative visioning process. Public space emerged as a major theme. Vancouver had said they wanted more public space, including plazas, rooftop patios, and alleyway activations. In 2016, we partnered with HCMA Architects to transform the laneway into an inviting and engaging public space. The bright pink and yellow paint is a massive hit on Instagram and other social media channels. The alley, for example, it featured prominently in a K-pop music video with over 450 million views on YouTube. And it's become a destination for visitors and also worldwide attention. And I have to say, from the get-go, Alliance Properties was extremely supportive of Alley-Oop, contributed funding and time and effort to ensure that it was a success. And as we heard today in the presentation from city staff and the applicant, they recognize the importance of Alley-Oop and will use the redevelopment opportunity to enhance the space with lighting and or weather covering. This will allow the space to be enjoyed in the evenings and the darker months here in Vancouver. And in addition to the Alley-Oop enhancements, the development will bring exciting new office space to the downtown core, which is something we very much encourage. And I spoke earlier on the first rezoning application about the need for more office space, the low vacancy rates, and I heard your city staff make a presentation making similar remarks. So with that, I want to indicate that the DVBIA is in support of this rezoning application, and that's my presentation.
Great, thank you so much. And I don't see anybody, any councillors on the list to ask questions, so I'll thank you for your comments and move on to the next speaker. Though before I do so, just want to remind the public that if you would like to speak to this, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And again, that number will be tweeted out and shown on the live stream. Our next speaker is just looking here, Maury Dubuque. Mr. Dubuque, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me, Mayor?
I can. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your last name, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Slight butcher job. It's okay. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Maury Dubuque, and I'm the Senior Managing Director of Colliers in Vancouver. Colliers is a global commercial real estate service provider founded in 1898 in Vancouver. We're Vancouver's largest commercial real estate firm by number of agents, 90, and revenue. and office leasing and sales accounts for a significant portion of our revenue. So I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the rezoning of 443 Seymour Street, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. By way of context, there's 72 million square feet of office space in Metro Vancouver, and about 38% of that, 27 million square feet, is in the downtown core. And despite our current operating environment, demand for high quality office space remains very strong. In fact, I think one of your planners talked about the low vacancy rate, and in AAA office buildings, that's our best quality building. There is 0% vacancy, and in A class, our second best quality, there's less than 1. And for further context, a balanced market that favored neither landlord or tenant, we'd be talking about a vacancy rate of 8 to 10%. No, very, very dire situation. We also track all of the tenants that are actively looking for space in various markets, obviously including the downtown core. And I can tell you at this time, there are 12 tenants with requirements of 30,000 square feet and over looking for space downtown Vancouver. And there's only 2 options available. And in fact, both of those are subleases. So tenants over 30,000 square feet generally have a large multi-market presence, pay significant property taxes, and provide well-paying jobs. So 2 options for 12 businesses is not a great situation to be in if we want to continue to attract strong companies to Vancouver. And yes, there is 4 million square feet plus or minus of office space under construction downtown, but 64% of that's already leased, and they don't open their doors for between 18 months and 3 years. We've done some modeling on vacancy in light of, again, our current operating environment, and one of my researchers drew up what I calling the doomsday strategy, and that would be 500,000 feet of negative absorption in 2020, i.e. 500,000 square feet less occupied. And on a typical year, we would have 400,000 square feet of positive absorption. So negative 500 for 2020, 0 for 2021. Both of those I don't believe will materialize. But if they did, result in a vacancy rate of 9%. So as I mentioned earlier, a balanced market. So there's not, or there will not be too much office space available. In fact, there could be a shortage of the type of office space that tenants desire. And despite claims to the contrary, office space remains and will continue to remain relevant, in my view, if we give people a reason to come to the office. Sadly, much of downtown Vancouver's existing building stock doesn't provide those reasons. Age is part of the problem. Our best buildings, there's only 9 of them, and they're 9 years old, so they are competitive. Our A class, there's 29 of them, and there's 32 years old on average, and that is light years in the life of an office building. So what do occupiers of office space want? Our clients tell us a number of things: attractive, unique, and respectful architecture, 5-star hotel quality amenities and finishes, elaborate end-of-trip facilities, proximity to transit, communal meeting space, exceptional air quality, and that's certainly not going away these days, natural light, and of course seismic security. And 443 Seymour provides all of these. In my view, long-term enterprise success depends on a number of things, including transfer of knowledge and relationships, collaboration, human connection, strong culture, building a brand together, and developing and growing our people. And I think to accomplish these goals, we need office space, and we need the type of office space that companies and their employees want. And I believe a building like 443 Seymour checks all those boxes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I'm just looking at the list here, and I don't see any questions for you. So thanks for your time this evening. Council, we're moving on to Melissa Higgs from HCMA Architecture. Ms. Higgs, are you there? Ms. Higgs, are you there?
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Higgs, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. I'm a principal at HCMA Architecture and Design, and I'm pleased to have been part of the team that worked with Charles and his team at the DVBIA on the design of Alley-Oop. And I'm here to say a few words in support of the project, and particularly as it relates to the alley. In reviewing the proposal, I was really happy to see the efforts that have been taken to balance the required new servicing needs of the proposed development with the public space activation of Alley-Oop. And from my perspective, it's great to see the project acknowledge the alley in a meaningful way, and to see that the design supports the idea that alleys can provide more within our urban fabric than just simply the necessary service aspects. And while it's clear that the new project alters the configuration of Alley-Oop to meet the necessary service needs, it's evident to me that the effort and thought that have been given to various ways to enhance the alley balance those proposed changes. The proposed addition of the overhead lights and the possible retractable roof across the alley will be a really strong addition. And carrying the storefront glazing, the ground floor retail unit that runs along Seymour so that it turns the corner and faces onto Alley-Oop will animate the alley space and really invite people to enter that space. You could kind of catch a glimpse of that in the video that was shown previously. It really creates the perception of a storefront along the alley, and I think that's a really significant urban design move. The overhead lighting and the retail glazing along the alley, combined with the continuation of the graphic painting that's being proposed in the loading area, really reinforces the idea that the alley is an urban space that is for people as well as it is for vehicles and servicing. I'm happy to offer support for the project, specifically in relation to efforts made to preserve the public space activation started with Alley-Oop. And I would encourage Mayor and Council to ensure that these aspects of the project are strengthened and carried through into the final realization of the project. In closing, I really hope to see more projects supporting public space activation in our downtown alleys in the future. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Great, thank you for your time this evening. And I don't see anybody in the list from council to ask questions. So I just want to thank you for your time. I'm now, I've checked with the clerk and no one else has called in. So I'm going to move to the calling 3 times from the public. So just start, are there any other speakers for this item who wish to speak to council? Please call 1-855-353-9183. Followed by participant code 88927 hashtag, and it'll get you on the list. And that number is also available on Twitter and the live stream. And I'll just check with the clerk. That's my first call. Is anybody called in at all? Clerk?
Mayor Stewart, there is no calls at this point. We may want to take a 5-minute recess to see if any further calls come through.
Well, I think I'll just call the 2 more times, and we'll just that'll take us pretty close to 5 minutes. So I'll go through the script again, and then if there are any other speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And that's the second call. And then I'm going to make a final call. Any other speakers for this item, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list before to speak on this item, which is 443 Seymour Street. Hey, clerk, I'm going to check with you and just, has anybody else phoned?
We may have one other person phoning in. We're just checking.
Okay, sure. Happy to wait. Council, I'll just remind you, after this item, we have one remaining item for 4 this evening.
Mayor Stewart, we do have one more caller on the line.
Great.
It is Pat Harrington.
Great. Okay. Pat Harrington, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
We may have one other person phoning in. We're just checking.
Okay, sure. Happy to wait. Hello.
Hi there.
My name is Pat. Yeah.
Please go ahead. Sorry, I'm just gonna stop you. The clerks, we have quite a bad echo. It may be from this.
We do have one more caller.
Speaker, perhaps I can ask you to turn down the volume of your computer. That may be the echo we're getting.
Sorry. Yeah.
Pat Harrington, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Pat Harrington, and I just have basically one comment. I don't really have any opposition to the proposal personally, because I live in the residential tower across the street from it, and but I live at a corner suite, so I don't have to look out at it, and I usually have those blinds closed, so it wouldn't really affect me that much. But there are about 25 suites in my building that have no other view than to look out across the street at this new building. 80 feet from their window will be nothing but a blank wall, whereas now it's not picturesque by any means, but at least they have a better view than a blank wall 80 feet away. So my proposal is that for these 25 suites, which is not that many, who would be significantly affected in terms of their property value would go down significantly, I think, when this building is built, I think that they should be given some kind of compensation for that decrease in their property value. So that's, like I say, it doesn't really affect me because I just keep those blinds closed anyways, but I think that those people that have no other view but to view this building 80 feet away and nothing else, I think their property value would be severely affected and they should be compensated. And I just wonder, is there any thought to providing compensation for those particular 25 suites that would be severely affected by this new building?
Thank you for calling in. At this stage, we public speakers we don't have a back and forth or discussion. We're just looking for your input at this point. But then, as councillors, we would ask staff and the applicant relevant questions. So we won't be replying to your question, but it's definitely councillors have all heard it, and we can deliberate on your question.
Okay, so just as a follow up, I thought I'm not familiar with this process at all, but I sent in an email with a document that had two pictures: the picture of what it would look like in the future and what it looks like now. And I just wonder, has council been given those pictures?
I can ask the clerk. Clerk, have those pictures been provided to councillors?
I'm just checking.
So basically, it was an email with a Word document attached with the picture of the view as it is now and the view as it will be, basically by moving down the street and taking a picture of the building down the street.
Okay, and if you send it into the public hearing at vancouver.ca, then the clerks will have received this, and we'll make sure that council is provided that email. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Okay, very good. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Stewart, we did receive the photographs, and they have been sent out.
Okay, great. Thank you. Did you say we might have another speaker as well?
Yes, we do have another speaker. It is Trevor Vanderdeen.
Okay. Mr. Vanderdeen, if you're on the line, please go ahead, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Hi there. So I'm speaking, this is about the project. I was just phoning in, so I just got into this. So forgive me as I get my bearings.
Okay, sure. I'm just going to ask other speakers, just before you start, if I could ask other speakers to mute to mute because there seems to be considerable background noise.
Okay. Are you able to?
Caller, is that? It sounds like there's breathing or something going on behind you or in your. I think that's better. Okay, thanks very much. So please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. So this, I'm speaking to the Lakeview United project, correct?
Sorry, this is the 443. No, it isn't. That is the next item on the list. So you're welcome to call in for that one.
Okay, I told I was caller number 9 on that one. My apologies.
Okay. No problem at all. Thanks very much. So, Clerk, do we have any more callers for 443 Seymour Street?
No, Your Worship. There are no other callers.
Okay, thanks very much. Seeing there's no additional speakers, we'll close the speakers list now. And as fewer or no public comments are received on this item after 5 p.m. today, we'll close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments for council?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much. Staff, any closing comments?
No closing comments from staff, thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, council, any questions for staff? Please put yourself on the list. I don't see anybody there. Okay, so can we have somebody move the motion for this recommendation? Councillor Bly, I have you on the list.
Second. I joined the list to move the motion. Happy to move the motion forward.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. And we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Okay, Councillor Bly, did you want to speak to this project?
Sure, I'll just be brief and start by thanking the caller who sort of spoke up on behalf of his neighbors and recognize that this is a tension point whenever there's large developments and to adjacent neighbors and buildings and those use change. So just thanking that caller for bringing that to our attention. You know, I think that the timing of this project, 2025 to deliver, is one that I believe we can plan will see ourselves on the other side of what we're experiencing right now. And I believe, as Mr. Gauthier shared, the need for office space will continue to increase, even though it may look differently. So I think I like the idea of the innovation around the LAU public space and public amenity and bringing the inside outside and the overall design. So I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else on the list, Council. I'd just like to say that I actually lived in the building right across the street for about 3 years, and I think this will be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. There will be a little bit of blockage of view, but I do think that it is better than the parking lot, and I just think of this 1,600 to 2,200 people that may work in that building is a very good reason to support this. So those are my short comments, and I'm going to call a vote now on this project. Councillor DeGenova? Yes.
Could I get a vote assist? My screen is frozen.
Sure, go ahead. Okay, and it's...
Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's unanimous, Council. This has been approved. Okay, Council, we're moving on to 2776 Semlin Drive, and as I'm moving into I don't know what hour this is. I'm kind of getting on 12 hours, so I'm just wondering if I could beg your indulgence and just have a 5-minute break to stretch my legs and then come back to hear the remainder of this. So if there's no objections, we'll call a recess.
So moved, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, thank you.
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Okay, thank you so much. And unless there's some objections, we'll just take a 5-minute break and come back at how about 5 after 9? Okay, thanks so much, and we'll see you at 5 after 9. Just checking with the clerk that we have quorum. Looks like everybody's on there. Clerk, we're okay to resume?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we're all good to go.
Thanks very much. So we're going to move on with 2776 Summerlin Drive and 2025 East 12th Avenue. I'll ask the clerk now to read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by Collier International to rezone 2776 Semlin Drive and 2025 East 12th Avenue from RS1 District to CD1 District to permit the development of a 6-story mixed-use building with 104 social housing units and a church. A building height of 19.8 meters and an FSR of 2.55 are proposed. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 25 pieces of correspondence in support of the application, 4 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the application, and 2 pieces of correspondence related to other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to approximately 4:45 p.m. today.
Great, thank you so much. If there are any public speakers I'd like to speak to this item, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And again, this numbers will be being tweeted out and available on the live stream feed. We have Carly Rosenblatt from the Rezoning Center to walk us through this presentation. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Rosenblatt. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see your presentation.
Excellent. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carly Rosenblatt, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application, which proposes to rezone a site at 2776 Semlin Drive and 2025 East 12th Avenue under the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. The following is a staff presentation for item number 4 on tonight's agenda. I'll note a yellow memo was included with the agenda package for this item, dated May 14, 2020. The yellow memo corrects a signed bylaw amendment which was erroneously added and not necessary. The posted bylaws and summary and recommendations reflect these changes. No action is required on behalf of Council. The site is located in Grandview Woodlands on the northeast corner of East 12th Avenue and Semlin Drive, shown here in red at the center of the map. The purple areas are sites already zoned to comprehensive development zones. This triangular-shaped lot has a frontage of approximately 67 meters along Semlin Drive and 60 meters along East 12th Avenue, with a total site area of approximately 2,900 square meters. The subject site is currently zoned RS1 for single-family dwelling use and developed as the Lakeview United Church and the privately licensed Lakeview Daycare and Montessori Childcare Facility. The site to the north is zoned CD 152 and contains the Lakewood Terrace Housing Cooperative. To the east is zoned CD 29 and contains a 1-story automotive shop. To the south, there are single-family houses zoned RM11N and multifamily dwelling zones RM4 and RM4N to the west. The RM4 zones permit density up to 1.45 FSR and building heights up to 10.7 meters. This area of Grandview Woodlands falls within the commercial Broadway Station precinct subarea, which supports the development of a transit-oriented neighborhood. The subject site, highlighted in red, is situated on the north side of East 12th Avenue between Semlin Drive and Lakewood Drive. The site is approximately 500 meters southeast from the commercial Broadway SkyTrain station, about a 9-minute walk. The site is currently built with a 2-story church that was originally constructed in 1962 and the privately licensed Lakeview Daycare Montessori Childcare Facility that provides childcare for up to 35 children between the ages of 2.5 to 5 years old. The church provides public programming, which includes space for community engagement programs, support for refugee sponsorship, and community meals. Heritage staff has determined the building does not include any historical architectural features, and there are no residential tenants on site. Neighborhood amenities include the Trout Lake and John Hendry Park, which are situated approximately 600 meters south. Nearby cultural and community spaces include the Immigrant Services Society of BC, the First Christian Reformed Church, and Trout Lake Community Center. The site also falls within the catchment areas of nearby Laura Secord Elementary School and Vancouver Technical Secondary School, which are both approximately a kilometer distance. Rezoning potential for the site is guided by the Grandview Woodlands Community Plan. In addition to being a transit-oriented neighborhood, the area is anticipated to have a mix of land uses and scales, improved streetscapes, a broad array and increased number of housing opportunities, and a mix of employment opportunities. Under the plan, a 6-story apartment building is anticipated at a density of 2.4 FSR. The plan allows for consideration for modest increase in height and density to assist with project viability where new social housing is proposed. This application is proposing to rezone the site from RS1 to CD1 to permit the development of a 6-story mixed-use building with social housing units and a church. The overall floor area would be approximately 7,400 square meters and have a density of 2.55 floor space ratio. The proposal consists of a church space at grade of approximately 690 square meters and 104 social housing units. The applicant is also proposing to obtain a passive house certification. The model shown in the agenda package represents the proposal and does not reflect staff recommendations included in Appendix B. The proposal will provide 104 social housing units, of which 46% are family-oriented units. 37% is 2-bedroom units, 10% is 3-bedroom units, and 54% are proposed as studios. There's common outdoor amenity space located in an interior courtyard adjacent to the sanctuary space and on the 4th level, which includes a children's playground. This project will meet the city's definition of social housing with a minimum of 30% of the units rented to households with incomes which fall under the BC Housing Income Limits levels, HILLS. This slide shows an example of what 2019 maximum HILLS rates for these units may be rented for. The rates are rent geared to people making the maximum income to be eligible for a unit. HILL levels are currently defined as annual household incomes of $51,500 for a 1-bedroom or less and $63,000 for a 2-bedroom unit. The applicant is seeking to deliver a deeper level of affordability should the project be successful in obtaining partner funding from BC Housing. A pre-application open house was held in June 2019 and attended by approximately 46 people. Following the submission of the rezoning application, a city-led open house was held in October 2019 and attended by approximately 59 people. The application drawings and details were made available online following application submission, along with my contact information and a form to easily submit feedback. In total, we received approximately 43 pieces of feedback. We heard a variety of comments throughout the review of this application. Comments were categorized and sorted to understand the key themes of support and concern. Key themes of support included the provision of affordable housing, the building design itself, that the church and residential use are well integrated, and an appreciation for the children's playground on the 4th level. Key themes of concern included the parkade ramp location and pedestrian safety, the loss of community space, and securing unit affordability. Retain its historic use for access to on-site parking and emergency access for the property to the north. Other concerns relate to vehicles traveling in close proximity to the private off-site children's play area located north of the site, shown here in purple. In response to concerns around the parkade ramp location and pedestrian safety, engineering conditions of rezoning are included in Appendix B to provide for additional safety measures, which include a pedestrian warning system, barriers or bollards by the entrance to the underground parkade, and additional signage. Staff recognizes the current church provides space for the private Lakeview Montessori Child Facility and did explore the possibility of replacing the existing childcare at this location. It became clear through early staff discussions that seeking a childcare on the site, in addition to church use and social housing, would not result in a financially viable project. The primary objective of this project is to deliver social housing and to accommodate the church's programming and services. The Lakeview United Church plans to bring back a number of programs currently offered, which includes music programs, youth groups, community meals, and support for refugees and newcomers to Vancouver. Securing additional non-residential uses presented a significant challenge to the project's financial viability, particularly as the site is constrained to 6 stories because of its location within a view cone. There is currently no strategy or funding in place to support the replacement of non-city-owned childcare facilities. Staff are monitoring the change of social and cultural spaces throughout the city, which will be used to inform the creation of long-term policy options to promote retention and renewal of community-serving spaces. Staff expect to present draft policy to City Council in late 2020. Lastly, following the review of the application and incorporating feedback from the public and the urban design panel, staff recommend a small increase from 2.47 FSR to 2.55 to improve the passive house performance of the building and improve the livability of upper dwelling units. The image on the top shows the building as proposed from the west elevation along Semlin Drive, while the image on the bottom shows some examples a response to this rezoning condition could look like, where the upper level setback has been reduced and aligned with the floor levels below. Some of the other recommendations in Appendix B include developing the church entrance to be more visible and shifting the building slightly north to allow residential balconies along East 12th Avenue to fall within the property line. The building has a taller interface along East 12th Avenue, but steps down to maintain a neighborly interface with adjacent properties. In summary, staff recommends approval of this application to rezone 2776 Semlin Drive and 2025 East 12th Avenue from RS1 to CD1, subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B of the report, as it meets the intent of the Grandview Woodlands Community Plan with respect to the delivery of social housing. If approved, the application would contribute a church and 104 new social housing units to help reach the city's goals identified in the Housing Vancouver strategy. Before I conclude my presentation, I would also like to note a minor error was made on the first page of Appendix B, where plans prepared by Metric Architecture are referenced. This is incorrect. It is Shape Architecture's plans from August 2019 that the report is based on, as indicated on the first page of the council report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that presentation. And I'll just ask now if the applicant team is here to speak to the presentation.
Indeed. Can you hear me?
Excellent. I can hear you. Do you have a presentation as well? I see.
I just have a few comments, and then I will pass it over to the architects who have a couple of slides to share.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and members of Council. My name is Terry Harrison, and I work for the Regional Office of the United Church of Canada. That's the Pacific Mountain region. We're redeveloping the Lakeview United property on behalf of the congregation and the wider church. Lakeview Multicultural United Church is home to a diverse and inclusive faith community who have been part of the Grandview Woodland community for almost 60 years. They offer a wide variety of programs and services, and they lease and lend their space to other community groups and small business operators. They pride themselves on creating a warm and friendly environment where all are welcome. The heart of the congregation is strong, but the existing church building is old. For the congregation to continue serving this community, they need a new facility, one that is architecturally open and designed to interact with the neighborhood. And while the new church will be much smaller than the one that exists, the new design will provide for efficiencies and flexibilities so that the congregation has room to move and grow as they grow into the 21st century. Of course, a much smaller church space means less space available to lease to anchor tenants. And as the staff report mentioned, the Lakeview Montessori Daycare will not be returning to lease space at the new church facility. On the upside, we are in the position to construct a very energy efficient building that will provide brand new nonprofit housing in the Grandview Woodland neighborhood. Over 100 new homes will be built on this if this rezoning is approved. That's 104 purpose-built secured rental apartments, 30% as rent geared to income. We submitted our formal letter of inquiry back in 2017 and have stayed in touch with the neighborhood since then. And this includes our only adjacent neighbor, the Lakeview Terrace Housing Co-op. The feedback, their feedback has informed the proposal that you have in front of you today, and we remain committed to this constructive dialogue on topics like landscaping and pedestrian safety at the interface between our two properties. Our architects will touch on that in a bit more detail. Speaking of the architects, the whole design and development team have been really dedicated to this project, the fine folks at Shape Architecture and Colliers, and I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank them. Same goes for your city staff, who have worked through extremely busy, deadline-laden times to help get us ready for this day and to present to you. Everyone on staff has been outstanding to work with, and we're grateful. So it's because of this collaboration and the collaborative effort that we're here tonight seeking a rezoning with an aim to renew the church space and bring new, safe, secured, family-oriented rental homes to the community. I'll be around to answer questions if you'd like, and right now I'll pass it to Nick Scully from Shape Architecture.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Terry. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and councillors. Before I start, could you please confirm that you could see the images on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. My name is Nick Sully, and I'm the managing partner from Shape Architecture, speaking on behalf of the applicant design team. As Terry mentioned, the Lakeview United Church has been a key member of the Grandview Woodland community for over 60 years. The proposal before you this evening will continue a tradition of serving the local community as a welcoming and open focal point for the neighborhood, while at the same time providing 104 secured rental, not-for-profit housing units. I'd like to preface the presentation by acknowledging that this project is part of the City of Vancouver SHORT program, which allows for a concurrent design process. The renderings we'll be showing you are very similar to what was shown previously by Carly, with the exception that we've adjusted the top to show the 6-story bump out. The renderings we're showing will reflect how the project may appear as we continue to work with city planning staff as the project evolves to the development permit stage. So this first view that we're looking at of the project from across 12th Avenue looking towards the north shows the entrance at Semlin Drive. Large windows at the ground floor level provide views through the church to a landscaped courtyard beyond. The ample windows of the new church building reflect a desire on the part of the church to provide a greater level of transparency and openness while clearly delineating church use from the rest of the building. The entrance to the building is located on the corner of Semlin Drive and 12th Avenue. This application will satisfy the Green Buildings policy for rezonings under the near zero emissions building requirements and will be Passive House certified. The building's form and massing are a reflection of these ambitious sustainability targets, where energy usage and greenhouse gas emissions are kept to a minimum. The project is designed to Passive House air tightness and energy efficiency benchmarks and will fall well under the Passive House maximum allowable space heating demand of 15 kilowatt hours per meter squared per year. The amount of building envelope has been minimized, the window to wall ratio optimized, and balconies and exterior window shading canopies added to reduce solar heat gain, while at the same time providing exterior, private amenity, and a lively and articulated exterior expression, without the energy-wasting thermal bridging seen in typical balcony design. The design team has intentionally pushed the building towards 12th Avenue, away from the site of the existing church and the Lakewood Terrace Housing Co-op to the north. By virtue of the siting of the building, the impact of shadow casting is minimized, and the building massing acts as a buffer between the traffic of 12th Avenue and our neighbors to the north. We have responded to issues raised by the public at the pre-application open house in June last year and community open house last October, as well as the comments from Urban Design Panel last November. Working with our neighbors and city staff, we have developed the application to address their concerns. Multiple options for the parking ramp location and vehicle access were explored, but given the grade change across the site and an additional curb cut from Semlin not being supportable by city engineering, the only location for parking access was off of the rear laneway. In order to address security, safety, and access concerns related to the location of the parking ramp, the team has introduced landscaping adjacent to the laneway and parking ramp, speed bumps, a raised drive aisle differentiating passenger and service vehicle access, bollards to prevent through-site vehicle shortcuts, and secure underground parking. Signage and a warning light will clearly identify when vehicles are exiting the parking ramp. To further reduce shadow casting and soften the impact of the development, the massing of the building is stepped down on the Semlin Street side of the property from 6 to 4 stories. The roof of this 4-story step down has been designed as a secure exterior play space, opening off of an interior amenity space accessible to all residents of the new building. In summary, this project allows the church, a long-term resident of the Grandview Woodland neighborhood, the opportunity to provide modern, purpose-built community space which updates their desire for openness and attachment to the community, while providing desperately needed, not-for-profit secured rental housing, 30% of which will be rent-geared to income. I'd like to thank the city planning staff for their professionalism, guidance, work, and recommendations, and also the public who attended the open houses and workshops, providing valuable input and thoughts on the project. I and other members of the applicant team from Shape Architecture, Perry and Associates Landscape Architecture, and Colliers are here this evening to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Just before I move to councillors, I just wanted to remind council that you know, in a public hearing, we need to be present the entire time in order to vote, to hear all the testimony. I do know that some have noted that some councillors are not on video, so I am going to do a roll call for those folks who are not. So I see Councillor Carr, Boyle, Fry, Hardwick, Swanson, Weeb, and Bly, and I'm just going to call on, yep, I'm getting waving there, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, are you listening into the conversation?
Yeah, present, I'm here.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato?
I'm also present.
Okay, and Councillor DeGenova?
I am present.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Okay, Council, so we're going to move on to questions. Councillor Dominato, you have up to 5 minutes, and again, this is your only opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. So please go ahead for 5 minutes.
Great, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this question could probably go to the applicant or staff, and it was just with respect to the comment around the financial viability of including childcare as part of this proposal. And I'm just curious if you could expand on that and whether we collectively explored any partnerships or other sources of funding that the church pursue that to explore that, because I think there's a very high need in that area. It's very high, very dense, and lots of young families. I'm just wondering a little bit more about that.
Perhaps for the applicant team?
It could be for either the applicants or for the staff.
Okay, somebody from the applicant team want to?
Okay. I will speak to that. It's Terry. And if Carly has something to add, she can as well. I would just say that early in this process, we set out and we did some modeling to determine how we could fit purpose-built daycare space into it, and to apply what the cost parameters would be for that. We are working with BC Housing to finance this project, so we don't have the means to pay for that daycare. The church doesn't, nor does it have the means to borrow that money, and BC Housing doesn't lend money. We did have conversations with city staff. I spoke with the Minister Chen, responsible for daycare for the province, just to find out what kind of grant programs would be available, those sorts of things. We've missed they had some programs, but we had deadlines, and there's an annual application process. So we could not find funding to build the daycare into this space. We proceeded with our goal being the renewal of the church and, of course, the purpose-built rental.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe staff could address my question in the context of the city's work in collaboration with the province around childcare and whether we explored any options. Because I'm thinking about our, our school partnerships, and we're doing daycares on rooftops. If you could comment on whether we explored any opportunities in that regard.
Over to staff.
Hi, Carly speaking. I'm going to direct this over to Ada Chan Russell to address.
Hi, this is Ada. So the city doesn't have any funds available to support the retention of childcare and especially for those that are not city facilitated or city owned. And I think the models that you talk about for the VSB is a city owned project where there's DCLs allocated for those and a partnership with the school. So this is not typically done with a private project.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. I may do some follow-up with an email. I did want to just follow up around the social housing. Could you just confirm it is, and maybe the applicants confirm this. I appreciate that it's focused on income. Do you have a particular demographic in mind of terms of residents? Are you catering to seniors or anything like that? If you just speak to that.
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that question. No, we're not targeting particular demographics. The design with the 2 and 3 bedroom units has a family-friendly focus, but there's also lots of studio suites as well. So we're trying to deal with a spectrum of housing needs in the community.
Okay, great. And thank you for sharing that. And then actually, I'll hold this question for later after, because I think we have a few speakers, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. Indeed, I think we have about 9 speakers that have registered to speak. So with that in mind, I'll turn it over to Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. And with that in mind, I will keep it quick. I just want to get some clarity around the housing units specifically. 104 units, 30. So 30% of those will be at Hills, I understand it. So that's about 30 units. What are the unit mix on the Hills, and what are the market units being proposed rent-wise?
I can answer that question. My name is Dan Knight. I'm development manager on behalf of the United Church with Colliers International. So just to clarify, the 30% of the units that are affordable are actually RGI, so rent geared towards income units that are rented to households with incomes which fall under the BC housing income limits, the Hills levels. So they are RGI units that fall under Hills. The remaining 70% of the units have pro forma rents within the prevailing market rents for the subject area and were verified by a recent independent third-party market rent appraisal study, which was commissioned by BC Housing, our lender for the project. So to confirm also the affordable housing units, the mix is 26% of the units are studios, and the remaining 5%, 5 units are family units.
Okay, so 5. Okay, so 26 studio units, 5 family units.
Yes.
And those are like 2 or 3 bedroom.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then a slightly separate question on parking needs for the church. I just my familiarity with the site, there's surface parking in the back that I'm assuming services the church. What kind of needs will the church have for parking when they're doing Sunday service kind of stuff?
So we commissioned a separate traffic study and parking assessment as well as part of our rezoning, and we're falling within the bylaw requirements. Currently, what is proposed is that there's a combined use of the parkade with kind of fob secure access for the church and congregation members during off-peak hours. When the church is open, that parking gate will be open and available to the public, but it is through secured, controlled access and will be monitored. So it is a shared parkade, but with access concerns.
And what's the typical draw of a church service on a Sunday?
I'll hand that over to
Or parishioner-wise.
Well, thanks to COVID, nobody's going to church these days, not the physical building anyways. But when the congregation is up and running, they don't have much parking to speak of, a couple of spots in the back, and tend to street park. So any new parking will be a gain for them. It is close transit. Lots of people use transit, that sort of thing, that come to church. The average Sunday is probably somewhere between, at this time, between maybe 25, 30 people on a Sunday. But of course, special events like Easter and Christmas, you can double or even sometimes triple that.
Okay, that's helpful. I had no idea what to expect there. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks.
Just actually, before Councillor Boyle, before you start, just again, with speakers, with council, we're going to have to make a decision at some point about extending past 10 o'clock or not. Just so you know that if we do not finish this item tonight, we'll be reconvening Tuesday, June 2nd at 3 p.m. to finish it. So there are a couple of options, including, for example, extending hearing from speakers and then delaying the decision until a later date. But with that, I'll let you think on that as I turn it over to Councillor Boyle for questions. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Sure, thanks. I will be brief, but have one question to the applicant, which is I'm wondering if you can speak to why the congregation wanted to build non-market housing rather than building stratified housing that might bring in more income to them. What is it about this congregation that made them decide that was an important value for them?
I suspect that some of the speakers may be from the congregation, so they may be able to answer that question as well. But really what we wanted to be able to do is to create a win-win. And so with very limited equity other than the land equity itself and dependent on lending a relationship with BC Housing, we had to make it work financially and to try to get a mix that would allow that would still find us with allow us to be able to provide a not-for-profit housing. This site, quite frankly, could have been redeveloped as condos and be worth far more than it is now. I'm not a land use economics person, but the reality is the desire to provide housing to those that have a real need, and that is low and middle income, was the best balance that we could strike. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, that's helpful, and I'll look forward to hearing from a couple congregation members too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, go ahead. Maybe questions for applicant, because you will have a question, you have a possibility to ask staff questions later as well. Please go ahead. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson, I need to take you off of mute. Oh, you're still on. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okie doke, sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm wondering about the rents. 70% at market rent, is that what you're saying?
Yes, we're calling the market rent, but really they're under the Housing Hub program with BC Housing at the moment, and which has a mandate to provide affordable homes for the province for middle income earners. So there is a certain consideration for keeping them within that range. So they're technically still affordable, just a different range of affordability.
And for the 30% at Hills, are any of those going to be at the welfare shelter rate, or are they going to be up by around the 50,000 mark? Do you know?
They will be rent geared towards income, so they will not be at only the limits, but they will not be at shelter rates at the moment. They are RGI units under the Hills.
So you'll be, what I'm just wondering is, are there going to be any people in there that are like below 50,000 for a household income? Do you expect?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah,
Okay,
not
good.
being considered the income limit. So yes, we definitely expect there to be below those limits levels.
Are you guys getting any money from the feds or the province for this?
We're working with BC Housing at the moment, and we're looking at other possible grant options, but currently no.
Okay, great.
So and it is financed. So right now it's through a loan, not through grants. But we will seek out grants and be happy to accept them if we can find them.
Okay.
Well said, Terry.
So the other thing, I was looking at the picture and the roof looked very barren. I was wondering if you'd considered a green roof.
At the moment, that hasn't been considered. As we explore the kind of financial capabilities of the construction budget, we will explore it as a potential.
Okay, well, good luck, and I hope you can get a little bit, squeeze a little bit of dough out of the feds or the province so you can lower some rents. Thanks for doing it.
Yeah, the goal to increase affordability would always be our goal. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thanks so much. And that's it for questions at this point from council to staff and the applicant, although there is a possibility, again, to ask questions to the to staff later on. So we'll move to speakers now. If you want to speak to this item, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And the number will be tweeted out and available on the live stream. Clerk, I have the first person on the list here as Barbara Anderson. Is that correct? Yes.
That is correct, Mayor Stewart.
Great. So would Ms. Anderson be available to speak?
Hello, this is Barbara Anderson.
Hi, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes. Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes.
Can everyone hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Oh, okay, thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. My name is Barbara Anderson. I live a few blocks from Lakeview Multicultural United Church, and I've attended there for about 12 years, and I'm also a trustee of the church. I support this proposal because it adds to much-needed affordable rental housing supply in our city, and because it is the best use of the property where the church currently sits on about half of its large corner lot. So this redevelopment project makes much better use of the full property for the community by making it available for 104 units of rental stock. We are a church primarily of new immigrants, many of which work on the front lines of healthcare and care homes. I'm one of the few people that are not a new immigrant, but most of our congregations are, and as such, they're actually fairly on the low income and lower middle income lines themselves. So it's a matter of trying to make sure that they have the support and resources they need to continue their ministry, as well as we want to make sure we provide affordable housing. So we've worked with Terry Harrison on this, and she's been very good at working with us, because our goal is to have affordable housing too. We're not trying to, create condos or market homes or anything. We do want to provide for the community. We work closely with Immigrant Settlement Services Society, close by, to help welcome new immigrants and refugees through our monthly dinners and assistance to newcomers. We've seen over 600 families and individuals come through our doors for our dinners. Our dinners are lovingly prepared by a large group of men, women, and youth who provide an amazing array of dishes for each meal and organize activities and treats for many of the children who come into our midst. Some of them have ice cream for the first time, so we love that. We heard some very painful stories of what people had gone through before the moment they were sitting with us, and we shared some of our own because, as I say, we're a congregation of many new immigrants and refugees as well. And we have met refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Eritrea, Sudan, Uganda, Nigeria, Mexico, Chile. We even asked a Ugandan refugee to preach on 2 Sundays. Some come to our worship services, and the children enjoy running around our church, and we love children. Our partnership with Immigrant Settlement Services of BC and their Welcome House has been a very rewarding one. We've come to know their staff and volunteers as friends and family. Their volunteers came to the dinners to translate and support the refugees that we welcomed. And many of members of Lakeview also shared their own experiences of the challenge of settling into a new country, and they have provided advice, support, encouragement, and resources. The refugees left each meal grateful for our welcome, and our hope is that we provided them with a warm and supportive evening on their first few days and weeks in Canada as an oasis of love, as our vision statement says. Our church has been a food bank site and has offered children's and youth programs for the neighborhood in partnership with Camp Firkham to provide outdoor experiences for immigrant youth. Lakeview Multicultural United Church will continue its work within the community and with new immigrants during the development phase and when the new building is completed. In fact, we would love to have some of the new immigrants to Canada be able to come into our building with some of our suites and be able to stay there because it helps ISS find homes, which is very difficult for them to find spaces in the city and surrounding. So I wholeheartedly support this redevelopment for the betterment of the community and the city. And I thank you very much for your time on this very long day. Thank you.
Thanks very much. A question from Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much to the speaker. I'm sorry, I don't have your name up in front of me, but thank you so much for coming to share and your work with the church. I'm actually curious, since you play, it sounds to me a role within the church that you may have some insight into the operations. I am curious around the daycare, the Montessori daycare site, and the relationship between the church and the daycare pre-existing this development application.
Yes, we have worked with the daycare for many years, and because of the financial, as Terry Harrison explained, it's been difficult to work out a financial formula that would allow for a daycare because the daycare that's been in there now, for example, for a long time, if it had to be rebuilt, would cost 4 times or 5 times what it would actually cost to just keep it there, because and you can't just keep it there because of the redevelopment. But the new rules about daycares are just make it very costly, and the new rules are good. You know, we need those better rules because we need better daycare spaces, but they are very prohibitive cost-wise. And so there wasn't a way that we could, keep the daycare there, even though we wanted to. It's not like we didn't want to keep the daycare, but the way it worked out financially, we would either have to do daycare or housing, and it just wouldn't work any other way.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just curious, was the daycare a sort of independently run not-for-profit that partnered and used the church space or the church space? Is that how it was managed?
They were a tenant. They rented space from us at a fairly low. They didn't pay a lot. We had a very good relationship with them, and they didn't pay a lot of money. It was scaled down to what they would pay anywhere else. But because they had been there for so long and so on, we didn't raise their rent a lot. So they were a tenant. We were not partners in that way. They were a tenant.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then one last question is, and thanks so much for your passionate description of how the church welcomed new immigrants to the city. It's very heartwarming to hear. Is it your preference or perhaps the understanding of this building and housing complex that it would be extended to new immigrants as a way to attain housing?
Well, I know the Immigrant Services Society, that's a big word, would like to have a couple of spaces there because, if possible, and if we could work that out possible for them, it's hard when they have large families come into Canada, and they really have a hard time finding a space to house those people because they can't stay for a long time in that welcome house. So if there's any way we could work with them and do that, if we had grants or anything else, we'd be happy to do that. It's not that we don't want to. It's just, as you say, if we had grants or some way to work with them, we'd be happy to.
Okay. Okay, great. And do you believe your congregation will return after this development is complete? You feel confident that you'll have your same group of folks back to continue on?
I believe so. I plan to come back and go there, and so do many other people who are. We meet on FaceTime Sunday mornings, and there's quite a few of us that meet FaceTime Sunday mornings, and it works out well, and we keep in touch. So we plan to be back.
Okay, good to know. Thanks so much for coming to speak.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And from the looks of things, that's it for questions. So thank you very much for coming in this evening, or for phoning in and sharing your thoughts. At Council, we're at that point where we have to make a decision, and the decision would there's three choices. The first is to extend the meeting. Oh, let me scrape in their dishes there. Would be to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock to hear the speakers and to make debate and decision. That would require a 2/3 vote. Sorry, I can hear, perhaps speaker, if you could hang up, we can still hear you. Thanks. Thank you. The second choice is for us to extend just to hear the speakers. That would require a majority vote. And the third choice is to refer this whole thing to Tuesday at 3 p.m. So I do need a motion.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe that to extend the meeting to hear the rest of the speakers, it's a unanimous, not a 2/3 vote.
Sorry, it's unanimous.
Yes,
it's unanimous for debate and decision.
Debate and decision. Thank you.
That's right. You are correct. Yes. Sorry. And then to hear speakers would be 2/3.
Yes. Thank you.
So did you want to move a motion? Since you have
Since I've got the floor.
Sure.
Yeah, I actually would move a motion to extend the meeting to hear the remaining speakers, and to move debate and decision on this item. And I'm going to look for the clerk's guidance on this as to the most appropriate time, whether it's the meeting that was suggested next Tuesday. It may, if that's the right time that they've already set up, I'm not sure. But anyway, the clerk, yeah, I believe, can help us.
Yeah, next Tuesday at 3 p.m. is the set time.
Right, and so to move debate and decision to next Tuesday council meeting at 3 p.m.
Oh, hold on, I'm getting a note here. Oh, sorry, sorry, Councillor Carr, I'm incorrect. We could refer it to debate and decision to tomorrow following the council committee.
Well, that's fine too.
Okay,
so I'll do that, sure.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Point of information.
Okay, so we've got a seconder. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Point of information, how many more speakers are left, please?
I believe there's 7. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. And so how do we do this? We'll call a vote, I guess.
Point of information.
Sure, go ahead.
Just clarification, Mr. Mayor, when you said earlier that we would have the option to refer a debate and decision to tomorrow, but am I correct that given the full agenda tomorrow and the special council meeting reports and motions, it's unlikely we might get to this, and it might actually be more expedient to have debate and decision next Tuesday? Seeing our ability to get through it with the full agenda.
we can deal with that tomorrow as we work through that agenda. So probably the safest option is to defer debate and decision till tomorrow, and then as was moved, and then we can adjust it again if we have to. And I do need a seconder for Councillor Carr's motion.
Second.
Are we listening to the Councillor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, great. Great, so we have a seconder. Okay, so I'm going to call a vote on this. Councillor Dominato Hardwick. sorry, Councillor Deschanel, you need a vote assist?
Yeah, sorry, I just can't log in here quick enough to my screen.
Okay.
Again, it froze. So yes, in favor, please.
Okay, thank you. And so that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. Okay, so we're going to continue on the speakers list, Council. And let me just get my situated here. Thanks so much. And we have Raquel Beleza is next. Ms.
Yes,
Beleza?
hello. Hello.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, we can.
Hi.
Hi. And you have, hello, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Raquel Beleza, a resident of Vancouver for 28 years. I have been in the president of Martin's Women's Group for 8 years and co-chair of the board for 2 years at Lakeview Multicultural United Church. Lakeview Multicultural United Church is a place of refuge, compassion, deep faith, and an oasis of love. Lakeview Church has always been reaching out to the community. An example to that was the Women's Project with the help of men's and youth group of the church in making sandwiches and distributing into the East Side downtown area every 2 weeks for 3 years. I can also attest to the love and compassion because 26 years ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional.
Oh, that's
And
fine. Keep going. You're doing fine.
And at the time, became the most depressing and difficult period of my life. I had neither had my immediate family nor other relatives in Canada I could rely on. However, Lakeview became my family. They comforted me emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Their faith and encouragement helped me survive through the cancer. In December 1997, 4 years while I was in remission of breast cancer, I received yet another blow in my life. The immigration sent me a deportation order denying me the chance to stay here in Canada. And on the letter, it stated that because of the cancer, I will be the burden of the government, thus inadmissible to stay in Canada. Once again, my church, my family rallied behind me. They collected many signatures and wrote a petition letter to immigration on my behalf. I don't think I would be able to get through that time positively and be cancer-free. I will be forever grateful for my church that all their prayers and mine were granted. Lakeview community understand what it means to be alone and needing help. I am proud to help others as I have been helped. In addition, I strongly support the affordable rental housing to be built within the church and the community. I believe that there's a lot of people and families that are in need of rental housing in Vancouver. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts this evening. I'm just looking at the list and I don't see any questions for you. So that's it for this evening. Thank you for your contribution. Next, Council, we have Mayon Marcelino. Mayon Marcelino?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello,
Please go ahead. You have, yes, I can. And you have up to 5 minutes. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Stewart, City Council, and everyone watching and listening online. My name is Mayon Marcelino, and I'm speaking in favor of rezoning 2776 Semlin Drive and 2025 East 12th Avenue. For the past 9 years, I've lived in Vancouver, and I've attended Lakeview Multicultural United Church. As a renter, I've seen the price of housing go up while the quality of living options go down. I've experienced rent evictions, I've met landlords who raise the price of rent more than the legal limit, and other abuses of power. My experiences are not unique. Many friends and people who I meet have shared similar unfortunate stories as renters in the most expensive city in Canada. As a millennial, As a millennial, I'm employed as an essential worker at 2 of my full-time jobs. I support young children with disabilities at a local Vancouver elementary school, as well as supporting adults with disabilities at my second job. There are a lot of wonderful things that I appreciate about living in Vancouver, but housing affordability is my biggest concern. If I lived in safe, affordable housing, I would not think about moving to another city. If I lived in one place long term, I would be able to save more money, plant my roots in Vancouver, and feel a stronger sense of belonging to my community. By approving the rezoning of 2776 Semlin Drive and 2025 East 12th Avenue, you are saying yes to positively impacting the lives of working class people in Vancouver like myself. We would have the ability to live better economic and social lives with safe, secure, and steady long-term housing without the anxiety and fear of rent evictions, illegal rent increases, and other unscrupulous landlord behaviors. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed a light on the irreplaceable and valuable work that frontline essential workers like myself do every day. We deserve to live and rent in a city without paying more than 50% of our income on rent. Building affordable housing in Vancouver is much needed today, and if approved, I will be very proud knowing that our church is doing our part to provide housing for those in need of secure, safe, and long-term housing, as well as providing homes for working class or frontline essential workers like myself. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. And you do have a question from Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Hi, Mayon. Thank you for calling in and waiting and speaking to us on this. I'm curious, knowing you've been part of the congregation for a while, if you can give us any sense you have of how far congregation members travel to be part of that particular congregation, and whether the cost of housing has anything to do with the commutes that folks face to get to Lakeview.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Boyle, for the question and for your earlier question as well. I do know that some of our members live as far as Richmond, Surrey, and even some members who live outside of the Metro Vancouver area as well. However, we do travel to church because we love our community. We love what we have built together. But I also know that, speaking to some members of the church, that if there was much more affordable housing, for example, in our church community right on site, then myself included, I would love to be able to live on campus, so to speak.
Okay, thanks. And my other question was going to be about, as I asked before, why providing affordable housing matters to the congregation, but I appreciate that you spoke to that. So just again, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Well, maybe I can speak a little bit to that.
Sure.
Many members of our church are new immigrants, first or second generation Canadians. But we know what it's like to struggle financially when you move to a new country, or just to struggle in a new culture or a new place, period. Many people in Vancouver also struggle in different ways, whether it's financially or due to, lack of affordable housing. So if we as a church community, yes, we're hoping to rebuild, and that'd be great. And yes, it maybe would be more financially beneficial for us if everything was very expensive luxury condos. However, we do feel a responsibility to help people who are in our positions before, or who are in our positions now, who do struggle with affordable housing. So, it's an honor if we can provide affordable housing for the people of Vancouver.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Thanks so much. And that's it for questions for you. Thank you very much for your input. Before we move to the next speaker, I just want to call out and say that if anybody would like to call in and participate in this hearing, you can call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And the phone number is available on the live stream and is being tweeted out. We're going to move to our next speaker now, Council, who is Pierre Daniel Krause. Pierre Daniel Krause, do we have you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi. Yes, I can. Please go ahead. We can, and up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Pierre Daniel Krause, and I'm calling today to express support for the rezoning application put forward by the United Church. I'm here virtually. I've been here for a couple hours, like all of us, in my role as policy manager with BC Nonprofit Housing Association, speaking on behalf of our members from the nonprofit sector to show support for this proposed social housing development moving forward under the SHORT program. As an association, we represent nearly 500 nonprofits operating affordable housing across the province and are closely collaborating with many partners in the community housing sector who share our mission to offer safe, secure, and affordable homes for everyone. Today, I'm not only speaking on behalf of our members, but we are also here as neighbors in Grandview Woodlands as our offices are located in Commercial Drive and First Avenue. In 2017, BC NPHA and other partners across the rental housing sector published an affordable housing plan for BC, where we quantified the need and demand for affordable housing and related investment needs in Metro Vancouver and other regions across the province. The report documented the need for an additional 54,000 new rental homes in Metro Vancouver over 10 years to address low and moderate income housing needs. As you're all well aware, the city's own housing strategy targets 72,000 new homes for the next 10 years, including 12,000 social, supportive, and nonprofit or co-op units, and 20,000 purpose-built rental units. The proposed development provides for 104 of these new affordable rental homes for middle-income households. In the face of our housing crisis and a looming recession, 104 units of social and market rental housing are a significant addition for every one of the people who will find a home there. And these units are, and your support for them will continue to be crucial. Over the last several weeks, we have seen an influx of secondary and short-term rental into the rental system. With average posted rents slightly decreasing, the pandemic has shown that rental prices can move downwards as well, although we didn't really believe in that for the longest time. When demand and supply are in closer alignment, more supply can have an impact on lowering rents. What the pandemic has also shown is the life-changing value of having your own place to call home, especially for those who are not so fortunate right now. Despite the temporary economic standstill resulting in more vacancies, we all know that our landlocked region will continue to grow in the coming years and decades. To accommodate this continued growth, we need a robust and affordable rental housing system. It is our hope that together we will achieve a healthy vacancy rate and affordable housing options for all incomes and needs. Neither our nor any other neighborhood in the city should be an exception to that principle. While building rental is hard on its own, making rental units affordable is even harder to achieve. It takes bold partners like Lakeview United Church, who is willing to forego maximum financial returns, but chooses to continue its legacy by serving its community. It also takes support from the city through policies like the DCL waivers and the SHORT program, and increased density through district zoning to make these rents affordable. We hope that your decision tonight will continue your leadership in responding to our housing affordability crisis and will result in some of the units that the private market alone simply won't be able to deliver. Lastly, a quick reflection as a neighbor. As always, the letters submitted, at least a few of them, less than usual, to you reflect some residents' concern about the impact of the project, parking, height, equitable distribution of low-income housing across the city, to name a few. And as neighbor in Grandview Woodland, I have the privilege to use many of its great amenities. I'm excited that there will be more affordable and family-friendly housing in our neighborhood that will allow families to walk to buses, to SkyTrain services and schools, and to our amazing Trout Lake Park. I'm happy to add the name of BC Nonprofit Housing Association to the support for this project. And as association speaking on behalf of the nonprofit sector as neighbor and local business on the drive, we believe that we must address the challenges we face around affordability head-on by creating more housing to provide desperately needed choice. We ask that the City of Vancouver approve the rezoning application and build more homes, not more barriers. Thank you for your time this evening and for sticking past 10 o'clock.
Thanks very much. And I don't see any questions from council on the list. So we'll move on to the next speaker on the list. Thank you very much. It's Jesse Martin. Is Jesse Martin there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. And thanks very much for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes.
I actually had a presentation as well. Can I confirm that that's coming up on the screen?
I can check with the clerk. Clerk, do we have that presentation?
Mayor Stewart, no, there is no presentation provided.
Okay.
I would counter that it was in the publicly released, when I go to the council, it was submitted via the comments section. It's listed under the May 25th. I was in the support column, and I saw that it was received by the city and published in that document. It was really helpful that we could use that to guide my 5-minute discussion.
Okay. Just have to check on that one. I'll be right back with you. Just hold on for a second, please. Just going to check with the Let's see, Speaker. I know we're looking for it now. I do know that Council, as you said, has access to this document. I'm just wondering, as clerks are looking, if perhaps we can just start your discussion. Does that work for you?
Mayor Stewart,
Could I perhaps move to a later?
If I could just interrupt, we do have it. We're just getting it up on the screen.
Okay, great. Thanks very much then. So we'll just wait until it's ready and then we'll proceed.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I think I see it there. So perhaps clerks can change the slide if you need that to happen, and we'll go ahead. I'll start your timer, and please start whenever you're ready.
Great. Well, my name is Jesse Martin, and I'm here as a director of Lakewood Terrace Housing Cooperative, representing our 67 members to speak in support of the rezoning. I'm worried the delay between the phone audio and the public video might make it hard for me to instruct on advancing the slides, but hopefully this works. So next slide, please. Look, here we are. Next slide, please. We welcome nonprofit housing and the 30% of units at rent geared to income for low to moderate income households below Hill. Next slide, please. We hope further senior government support or a decrease in the nonprofit's land lease paid to the church allows for a subsidy to target very low income people. And although the church and gathering space will remain, it is sad that the existing daycare and playground will be lost. And we urge council to facilitate daycares in the area. Next slide, please. We are directly north and east of the site as pictured here. Next slide, please.
Yeah, sure. Councillor, sorry, I stopped the speaker there for a second. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
I'm not seeing the slides.
Okay, we're on the public screen, I believe. If you click your little orange cone, that should help you see them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, go ahead, speaker. Continue.
So next slide, please. Looking for the one with the map to Schedule A of the draft bylaw, which is incorrect. Grandview Highway South is not north of our co-op, parallel to the cut. We emailed city staff and hope for an official correction. Next slide, please. Our co-op is oriented around the fire access easement. It's essentially our front yard, so considering it only as fire access has some negative impact. Next slide, please. We appreciate developer efforts to lessen these impacts. Our major concern is safety. More vehicles in the fire access easement, which is a busy pedestrian and bicycle route close to our playground and primary outdoor space. Productive discussions led to some design improvements to mitigate safety issues despite city requirements for the parking ramp location. The developer also promises to fund fence improvements, furnishings, and plantings to buffer the two properties. And we're working with the developer and development and building services to ensure these meet fire access requirements to our property. Next slide, please. As we await final plans, we hope the city can support improving pedestrian safety along the easement, including delimiting a walking space with drivable paint or texture that wouldn't decrease the easement width. Next slide, please. We support the conditions of approval in Appendix B relating to easement safety measures, particularly 43, 44, and 46, and look forward to seeing the final vehicle circulation plan mentioned in 42. For 41, we prefer no extended garbage bin storage in the easement, given proximity to our units and playground. And we also support the conditions of the biennial law enactment number 1, releasing the easement for off-site parking on our co-op. Next slide, please. We did have some concerns about Appendix B. 1A, the proposed reduction in setback of the east property line because of increased shadowing. And 9, the UDP proposed reduction of the setback on level 6, since it increases massing, moving the FSR to 2.55 beyond the 2.4 recommended by the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. Number 7, the location of mechanical spaces on the interior northeast corner causes some noise and livability concerns. So we request that the development permit acoustic report also consider impacts on us or locate them below grade as recommended by city staff. And number 33, only 48 parking stalls means more pressure on street parking. Only 26 stalls for 102 homes will put further pressure on fully used street parking. Next slide, please. So requests to council. Number 1, extend improvements to the city sidewalk and boulevard on 12th Avenue farther east to Lakewood and north along Semlin to support and encourage pedestrian use of 12th Avenue and Semlin instead of the fire access easement, improving safety. Number 2, add a pedestrian crosswalk and light at Semlin and 12th for safe crossing to John Henry Park. And 3, use drought-resistant, low-maintenance ground cover on city land along 12th and Semlin, coordinated with the owner and our co-op, so we plant the same on adjacent land. Next slide, please. Just saying thank you very much for this long, long day.
Great, thank you so much. That was well worth waiting for, and you're just under your 5 minutes, and you do have questions from Councillor Fry first, and then Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yes, Speaker, thanks for that presentation. That is the kind of stuff that we wait for, and it has been a long day, and I wasn't able to write all that down. And I'm hoping that you can send that presentation along to Council, because I think there's some interesting tidbits in there, and I'd like to give it a bit more of a thorough review versus the rather lengthy report we have in front of us, knowing that we won't be making a decision tonight anyway. So if you could please send that along, that would be most helpful. And I also really appreciate the context you added around crossing it there, because I think that that's an egregious oversight that could be better to make better access to Trout Lake. So I really appreciate you having that. How long have you lived at that location?
I've been a member here at Lakewood for just about 7 years.
And so how do folks typically access Trout Lake from your vantage? Do they have to walk over to where's the next available lights?
Yeah, so there is a crosswalk at Lakewood, and there's another one at Victoria. And that's part of the reason why people use the fire lane, because it's a way to get to that Lakewood crossing without having to walk along the sidewalk that's currently very close to 12th Avenue, which is a really busy street. So it's a natural human impulse to avoid the traffic. And so I think adding a 6-story building built right out to the property line will further encourage people to avoid that, with the sort of traffic corridor effect that happens there, where they feel that they're trapped between this large building and traffic. So by having a safer way to cross the street there, it may encourage people who are making their way over to the park to avoid using what is a fire access easement, what is an access for parking and service vehicles, but that it's just so attractive for pedestrians who'd much rather walk there versus along a sidewalk that's currently about 2 feet from a very busy street with there's issues with the sidewalk of puddles, and the road itself is quite prone to pooling there, and cars along 12th throw spray, and we have to snow plow that whole road too. So really any improvements that could help along that sidewalk and encourage more pedestrian use would have big safety impacts, especially for me as I push our little snowblower along there on our few snowy days and get pelted with slush and such.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Hopefully the clerk can send that along, or you can. But thank you for the presentation.
Yep, Councillor Fry, we'll make sure we get that to you. Thanks. On to Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. I had been asking staff questions earlier and stopped short because I knew we had speakers, but my next question was actually around traffic management and pedestrian safety, so I'm actually glad that you've articulated it so clearly. I did want to ask you, you mentioned that you've been having, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounded like you've been having conversations with the developer and possibly our staff around that lane and safety measures. And I'm just wondering, has that been productive, constructive conversations just around those safety considerations?
I'll have to say that there were we are willingly, grudgingly, I suppose, accepting that certain restrictions imposed by the city have prevented the developer from locating the parking ramp entrance in a location that earlier on in the discussions they were quite willing to say, look, if you can get the city to reconsider, we would honestly prefer a parking ramp right off Semlin. I think it would more accurately represent the way that pedestrians, I think, even as much as we can encourage them to go along to 12th Avenue. I think, honestly, anyone's going to try to take that hypotenuse versus walking along 12th. So that was one frustration that earlier on in the process, the developer had suggested that perhaps they might consider that location. We received conflicting information about timing. We're just a bunch of volunteers too, so it's difficult to devote the full time to this versus versus a full development team. So there was some periods of poor communication that came into the mix over the last year and a half or so. So I think what we are arriving at here, and are still in the process of, if there are bollards at 12th Avenue at the south entrance, and if there are bollards at the location right beside the parking ramp, that's going to prevent cars from making use of that space. But my one worry is even with Trout Lake right close by, finding outdoor space, and particularly these days outdoor space that's not terribly crowded, is really difficult. And I know of the parking lots that are around of the First Christian Memorial Church. I know that is used quite heavily. It's a natural thing for children in that playground right there to want to ride their bikes along that bit of pavement that's off the street. So I do really have some worries that regardless of the changes that have been made, the city's hard and fast rules that all parking access must be off of the lowest graded street doesn't really reflect a knowledge of the reality of the site and how pedestrians, local children on the playgrounds, and especially with an increase in the number of, ideally, families moving into this unit, that I think it's natural there is going to be an increase in the risks to pedestrian and bicycle safety and child safety in this area that, unfortunately, I think the default planning offered by the city failed to address in an early enough stage. And we've now heard from the developer that even if the city reconsidered, they were not willing to support our efforts to continue moving that location, where even if it was reconsidered by the city to Semlin, that the developer was no longer willing to consider moving that parking ramp location out of the easement.
Okay, thanks. No, that clarifies it for me, and I appreciate that what you're trying to do is bring forward some constructive suggestions and mitigation efforts. And I appreciate that, we are really encouraging people to walk and cycle, and that is an incredibly busy route, and people travel it at far more than the speed limit. And so I appreciate that you're bringing that forward, and obviously our staff are listening this evening and take that away, and as well the applicants. But I appreciate you making the presentation this evening.
Thanks so much. That's it. That's it for questions. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us, and we're moving on to in person. We have Stephen Boas. Thanks for waiting. Everybody remember that podium being lowered? That's that sound.
Yes, and Mayor and Council, I have a presentation here on a USB stick, and it's been circulated as well, so I'd like to request to have it shown on screen.
Sure. Clerk can arrange for that. I'll just wait on the timer. Okay. And again, if you just click on your little, let's see, might have a little difficulty here. Just to the speaker, have you already sent in your application, or sorry, your presentation electronically?
It's been sent in, yes.
Okay.
It should have also been circulated, and I also sent it to every member of council directly. Yeah.
Okay, and just that we're due to the COVID protocol, we're not supposed to be clerks are not supposed to be, we're not supposed to be exchanging items in council chambers. So we'll see if we can. Okay, so they're going to pull it up electronically for you, and it's
Yes, Mayor, if I could also say that it's been posted on the web page for the public hearing as the last item under opposed. There's only one item there at the end of the table.
Okay, great. Clerks are just working on that now, and
Okay, thank you for your patience.
Shortly, and just thank you for your patience. It's almost 10:30, so it's a long
and thanks. It's been a very, very long day for everyone. So I really appreciate being able to speak here and address the issues. I'll start my own little timer here. So yes, my name's Stephen.
You're all ready to go. Yep.
My name's Stephen Boas. I live in Grandview Woodland. I actually was involved in a little bit of the planning process. I have a degree in landscape architecture. I'm a renter, and I actually don't support this project. I think there's potential on this site for 4 stories and other forms, but I'll just explain the rationale here. Here's the rendering on your application page, and it says it's being considered under Grandview Woodland Community Plan. And this is actually in another community. It's not in Grandview Woodland. It's one community to the south, which is Kensington Cedar Cottage. The plan extends till about 13th. The rezoning center webpage has a link to this community plan for Grandview Woodland. And if you look at section 6.72 of the plan, you've seen the diagram in the staff report, but I wanted to go into a little bit more detail, and I've sent each of you the PDF. If you look at page 114, there's a specific policy that says section on floor plate size, and it specifically says, as the policy for this area, the portion of any building above 18.3 meters or 60 feet in height should not exceed a typical floor plate of 603 meters square, 6,500 square feet. So that is per policy as a requirement for consideration for rezoning in this area. So what does this application do? Well, it is within that zone. So the 6th floor of the floor plate is in that zone of height, and it has to be restricted. So I did a calculation twice, once with the computer model and once by hand. And the floor plate area of the 6th floor is actually 12,634 square feet versus the 6,500 maximum allowed in the policy. So that's about 94% over what the policy allows as a maximum. There's also, you can see how big it is. There is no green roof here from what I could see, so there would be an opportunity for a green roof to be a little bit greener. And it actually is an open question on whether this should be split into 2 or 3 smaller buildings, because it is a very huge floor plate, even for the floors below the 6th floor, which is a little bit smaller than the others. The other thing that you should look at is the setback section in the policy that speaks to this site and this area. It says setbacks, front 3 meter setback, 10 feet, side 2.1 meter, 7 feet. So these are the setbacks per policy that applies to this zone. And if you look at this, there's also a 2.4 FSR maximum. It's not 2.55. So staff are recommending over the plan. And this is zoned as RS1 currently. So if you look at the current property line, the setback is about 0.83 meters per what's proposed. If you scale the drawing, I realize that the amendment at the end is a little bit bigger, but still not within what the plan says. So the setback policy is not being followed. I also have concerns about the visual. So this is the proposed building that is being shown. Oh, actually, I'm forwarding my slides, not the ones that are being shown. So let me just, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay, so if you go forward, okay, so that's the floor plate, that's the green roof. And then we can go forward one. There's the policy, and one more. The property line, and then forward. Setback is 0.84 meters, and even the text in the final bylaw is smaller than that. Forward. Next slide. Okay, issues with the rendering. Next slide. Trees are a lot smaller in the rendering. Next slide. And I have concerns about the way the renderings are being shown, because 50 millimeters is a standard lens. These are way wide angle. Next slide, please. I started a computer model. Next slide. That's about 50 millimeter. This is actually what a 6-story building looks like. This is on Kingsway in Joyce Collingwood. So it's a different experience from what is being shown by the applicant and by staff. Next slide. Yeah, there's computer model. Next slide. Do this in game engines. Everyone would be able to walk around if we had a standard application process. Next slide. And there's a view from Trout Lake. Next slide. That should be considered. One last slide. Yeah, and there's the co-op and the housing and the parking. So yeah, that's kind of sums it up. So thanks for your time, and sorry about the confusion with the.
Okay, and just for next time, we do have to have these. We do have to have these an hour before, and they should be sent to the clerk, not just to council for to be included in the package, but to the clerk specifically for a presentation. But did want to thank you tonight for coming in. Okay, thanks so much, and we're going to move on. There's no questions for you speakers, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. We have Nathan Allen.
Hey, thanks very much, and I do thank Mayor and Council for working so late tonight on a nice Vancouver day to consider this important project. I know the Trout Lake area well. I play there and work there, and I've attended services at Lakeview United with my mother. You know, I should probably go to church more often, but you don't really have to know that congregation too long to know that there's such a welcoming and an inclusive community that I know there's probably anxiety with every project for approval at council, and I think that anxiety could be allayed by just knowing that this community that's around this project, this important partner on this much needed affordable housing, will be committed to this project and making sure that the short-term impact through the development and then the long-term presence as a neighbor in that community will be very well served and an important addition to our city. So thanks very much for working so long, and I know it's a tough time for everyone, but it's great that the city is continuing to move forward on making the city better in the long term with projects like this. So thanks for all of your work, and good luck in your decision on this great project.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Allen. I don't see any questions for you, so I think just take those comments. Appreciate it very much. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my many screens. Just looking for the next speaker. Do we have Larissa Artis? Larissa Artis?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hi there. I can, and you
Hello.
have hi. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about this. I'm a renter in East Van who's lived for many years in Grandview Woodlands. I'm now just outside of the neighborhood after having to move like 3 times in the past 10 years. Can you hear me still?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Anyways, so I live just outside the neighborhood now, but I definitely still feel very connected to it as I still shop and socialize there and serve clients in that area. So I just wanted to state my wholehearted support for this project, and I'm hoping that you'll give the thumbs up to it because I think it's very much needed. To me, it's a no-brainer that we can't deal with Vancouver's housing shortage unless we keep building more purpose-built rental housing, and that we really have to have below-market housing be part of that. So I think that's great. I respect and hear some of the concerns that are being raised by some of the immediate neighbors, and I do think those design considerations should be carefully considered, and I wasn't aware of those, and I think it's good to hear those. But just speaking in general of the project, I just want to say that I really appreciate this project. I was one of the members of the Citizens Assembly that put together that plan for the community plan for Grandview Woodlands. And so I see that this project is consistent with the height limits that spelled out in that plan. And I think we worked really hard on that for months. And I think every one of us who is part of that process would celebrate the fact that it's proposing 104 new, affordable rental housing units, and especially more coverage for families. So I think that's awesome. I really love that the United Church will be using part of the building for services and events, and especially for their work with refugees and other new immigrants. I think it's super important that we be willing to share this fantastic city with newcomers. I just want to add that I think it's wonderful that its design incorporates passive house principles, quite a few trees, really well situated for transit, and also that it has tons of bike parking. I think in view of climate change, it's really critical that we build in ways that lower our collective energy use and that we have more carbon sequestering trees. I think that's all pretty obvious to you guys. But I just wanted to put that on the record. So I just want to say thanks for listening. Please approve this subject to careful consideration of the design issues that are raised. And I think it's a real win for the community. And thanks for hearing me out.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any questions for you from council. So I just want to thank you for your input this evening. And we'll move on to the next speaker, Trevor van der Veen. I have that you've dialed in. Trevor, are you there?
I am, and Mayor and Council, thank you so much for your patience. What a long day for you. I don't intend to use all 5 minutes, but I do just want to speak in favor of this proposal. Just for context, I am a neighbor. I live on just a few blocks on East 13th, on the very border of Cedar Cottage, but I'm also pastor of First Christian Reformed Church, which is just adjacent north and west of Lakeview United. And I did have concern about and disappointment about the loss of the daycare space. And earlier in the process, I had also mentioned, along with the members of the co-op, the concern about a parking ramp, preferring that off Semlin just because of all the foot traffic. I'm one of those pedestrians who prefer the laneway. But despite the notes about the concerns, I'm really supportive for a number of reasons. The congregation does seek to be an oasis of love. That's what they say in their vision. And at present, they do this with the refugee newcomers. And then also, I think this building is an example of them embodying that value of wanting to be an oasis of love in a way that they can use their assets to help mitigate one of the most significant challenges around housing in our city and specifically our neighborhood. If I can just add one more thing with respect to Mr. Bohus, his presentation noted just the very clear border around Cedar Cottage and Grandview Woodlands. I was actually involved in some of the faith-based and nonprofit organization input into the community plan revisions for Grandview Woodlands. And just a note, you wouldn't have this in front of you because I just pulled this up a few moments ago, but with the Grandview Woodland detailed maps of affected areas, there's a PDF on the website for the city, page 23. It actually clearly points out not Grandview Highway, but actually the north side of East 13th is even included in the Grandview Woodland plan. So this building development is clearly within the Grandview Woodland plan. And I'm just very supportive of this. And I hope that council will heed all of this input. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time this evening and your words. There are no questions for you from council. So just thank you for participating in our process this evening. Council, we've got the next speaker who is Ken Paquette. Mr.
Good
Paquette.
evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm going to keep my comments really short because I sense everybody's getting tired. I'd just like to say I strongly support this project. I got to give kudos to the city staff and the developer for putting this forward in Grandview Woodland. I am a resident of Grandview Woodland. I work here. I live here. I'm a homeowner here. And the fact that these are rentals is so important. I'd like to echo the comments a previous speaker made about frontline workers. I think we've seen the importance of frontline workers during the COVID. I work with many of them. And many of them actually cannot live in Grandview Woodland, but they can work here because there's not enough places for them to rent. So I strongly support more rentals. I strongly support this project. The fact that it's for families and so close to the green, the park, Trout Lake and Greenway is just incredible. So I don't think I'd add much more. I also am well aware of the community plan, and I do believe this is in the area of Grandview Woodland. So that is all the comments I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in, and I don't see any questions from you from councillors. Clerk, I'm going to just ask if there is anybody else on the line.
Mayor Stewart, there is no one waiting on the line.
Great, thanks very much. So I'm going to call 3 times for any additional speakers. If any speakers for this item wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And this will be my first official call. I'm just going to give it a second. And clerk, feel free to jump in and just interrupt me if somebody does call in. Otherwise, I'm going to call it a second time. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag to get on the list. And the last call, any speakers, please call 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 88927 hashtag. So that's the third call, clerk. Has anybody else called in?
No calls, Mayor Stewart, and there is nobody in the chamber.
Great, thanks very much. So seeing there's no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Council, we have heard from speakers now, and I think we have passed a motion to refer this to this debate and decision following the council meeting tomorrow evening, so we'll leave it at that. Clerk, so we need to adjourn at this point?
Correct.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
1 second, please. What? 1 second, clerk?
Your worship, sorry, I need to clarify it. It is to recess.
Great. We have a motion to recess then?
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Oh.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. We'll do yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
1 second. Those opposed say nay. Okay. Just 1 second, please. I'm getting a note from the clerk. No.
Mayor Stewart, it is a motion to adjourn if everybody's in agreement with that.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, seconded by anybody. Dejanova, thank you. And all in favor say yay.
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 1 more second here. I'm getting one more note. One second, council, before I call for the nays. Right, so just so you know that closing comments and questions will be tomorrow, but I'll call for nays now. Any nays? Nope. Okay, so council, we're adjourned. Thanks very much for all your work today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thanks, clerks, for everything.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, staff.
Thanks,
Good night.
everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Council.